Hello, hello, hello. It's episode 178 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and or potentially around the world as Look Out Sir. My name's Dan, and it's that bit where I take it upon myself to give my condolences, that's the word, to my poor, sickly pal. Let's hear it for Phil, everybody. How you doing, Phil? You're looking terrible, mate.
I feel it as well, and I probably sound it as well. But, dear listeners, most of the show got recorded before I got ill, so you've only got, I think, one segment of me sounding a bit rubbish.
How ill are we talking here, Phil? Is this going to be the last ever episode of Look Out Sir 40k as we know it?
I mean, quite possibly. I think I had about 2 hours sleep last night, and then I just couldn't sleep because my nose was so bunged up, and I just felt so awful.
Wowzers. There we go. Well, obviously, I look forward to giving you a wonderful eulogy. I will only say magical things. And, we'll obviously mourn your loss. But until then, what are we talking about this week, Phil, or rather this episode?
Well, we went to 2 events. We went to RFW 4, where we played some games of Warhammer 40k. Then we also went to Salute in London, which is a games tabletop wargaming expo, which is where I think I actually got the illness from. I think I caught something from there, I would assume. And then also...
I mean, you would insist on licking all of those seats.
I know, it's my favourite hobby to do, pastime. And also, between those 2 events, we also managed to squeeze in a game of 5th edition 40k, so we have a little brief chat about that as well. Oh
yeah, I forgot we actually did that. Well remembered. Yes, that was also a thing we did. Cool beans. But before all of that, there is, of course, a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
All right, Phil, this week's 5-star review has come from where you reckon?
Audible.
No, Phil. Silly Phil. No, not Audible. It has come via way of Apple Podcasts of United States of America. We do well, Phil, in the United States of America.
We try at least.
We try, absolutely. We certainly could do more to court the appreciation of our friends in the USA. We probably don't talk nearly enough about competitive 40k to really kind of earn an audience in that space. But for those of you Americans that enjoy us, thank you so much, especially SurvivalGuides via Apple Podcasts of the USA. Sorry, Phil, I cut you off. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, rather than do competitive 40k, I thought we would need to learn some niche 80s TV shows to talk about from America.
Is that what the Americans love?
Well, we talk about the British ones quite a bit, so it seems only fair to throw out some American shows.
Oh, I see. You've got to talk about niche American 80s shows.
Correct.
What about niche shows that are set in the 80s?
What, like Stranger Things?
Yeah, or Black Monday.
I don't know what that one is.
What's a niche show, isn't it?
Well, it's so niche I don't know about it, so it must be.
Well, there you go. It was about a banking crash in, I think it was in the 80s. I think it was like 82 or something, 83.
Okay.
Famously called Black Monday.
Understandable.
Yes. Yeah. That was a show. but not that one specifically. You want different shows.
Yeah, I was thinking more like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, stuff like that.
That's not niche, Phil. That's not niche.
I mean, niche for nerds, maybe.
It's not even niche for nerds. It's massively mainstream.
I mean, it's if you, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I'm trying to, mate. I'm trying to, but I'm struggling. We should just do a Last of the Summer Wine podcast. That's what it's all about.
Well, I feel like my brain capacity is only able to do something like that at the moment.
Absolutely. Oh, look, they're rolling down a hill again. What a treat. That was the recurring joke in Last of the Summer Wine, if you don't remember.
Yes, yeah, no, it was. That was, a regular watch while being very hungry as my parents cooked me a Sunday roast. Absolutely.
That is the common experience. Between that, the fashion show, for some reason, that was always on Sunday afternoons as well, wasn't it, on BBC? The old, what was it? I don't even remember what it was called. It was like Week of Fashion. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're not here to talk about that, Phil. Look what you've done. Taking us off on a whole different tangent. We're here to talk about this week's 5-star review, which comes by way of Survival Guide via Upper Podcast of the United States of America. Thank you very much, Survival Guides. We'll get to you in a moment. But first, let's remind people that if they want to be like Survival Guides and have their own 5-star review segment here on the Lookout Sir 40K podcast, they need only leave us a 5-star review in a place where 5-star reviews can be left. That includes Audible, the Lookout Sir Facebook page, and also iTunes. Those are options. To be fair, I don't actually think... I'm always confused about Facebook because the reviews never make it clear whether they're 5-star reviews or whatever, but the overall page rating is a 5 out of 5. So I'm assuming that no one who's ever left us a Facebook review has done so in a negative sense. But it's by the by. What do you think on that topic, Phil?
Yeah, I think you can leave an actual 5-star review. That's why we do it.
Maybe, just maybe, that's the loophole that you can exploit. But we do accept Facebook reviews, regardless of their associated rating, seemingly. But anyway, that's that. We also have patrons. Thank you so much to everybody who supports us on Patreon. We have been incredibly blessed to have the support of so many of our listeners. And if you would like to be one of those listeners that chooses to support the podcast, we'd really appreciate you for it. Ultimately, we attempt to do things on Patreon, but we're pretty bad at it. But, at the end of the day, you're getting all this great Lookout Sir podcast content, aren't you? So, you're kind of doing okay, whether you support us or not. So, bear that in mind when considering to do so. And then lastly, there is merchandise. Check the links in the description of this very podcast and you will find links to merchandise and maybe buy some. Who knows? One of these days we'll get some new stuff. Hasn't happened yet. But, I'll never stop saying it. Isn't that right, Phil?
That's to my dying day.
Indeed.
Which could be soon.
Indeed. Tomorrow, basically. It's all coming up. It's not coming up, Millhouse. The inverse of that. Anyway, love the show, Phil. 5 stars. And this, again, comes by way of Survival Guides via Apple Podcasts of the United States of America. Fairly new to Warhammer, and I have been loving your content updates for the story of 40K and what's going on with the changes to the game and miniatures. You've easily become one of my go-to Warhammer podcasts. And there it was, a 5-star review for the ages. Succinct, beautiful, and quite easy to read, which is always a win for my dyslexic brain. So thank you so much, Survivor Guides. You've been a gentleman and a scholar. And we hope that you are continuing to enjoy the Warhammer hobby, as well as obviously the Lookout Sir podcast. And to elaborate on that even more is Darling Phil.
Well, thank you very much, Survival Guide. Am I right in thinking he just thanked me and not you?
No, there was no specific thanks to either you or I. I mean, I can reread it if your sickly brain can't remember what I just said.
The title bit said my name and not yours.
No, it said "Love the show, Phil." God, you've become so sycophantic in your sickly ways.
Love the show, Phil.
No, I said love. You're a good one, Phil. You're a good one. No, I was saying it says "Love the show." Whatever the terminology is for a break in the sentence. Parentheses? No, that's not it. Comma.
Full stop.
Comma.
Right.
Phil. As in, I'm telling you that information.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I thought he was saying love the show, Phil, as in just acknowledging me as the one true star of the show and not you. So I was just wanting to double check that.
Well, I think we all know the truth, so no need for you to rub it in my face. Why don't you just respond to Survival Guides, who, by the way, we have asserted their masculinity. It could be that this is a female listener, although, again, based on the metrics, strongly doubt it. Carry on, Phil.
That's true. Well, thank you very much, Survival Guide, even though you're not acknowledging me as the talent, as we like to say in the business. But yeah, really appreciate the nice, sweet, short review. Thank you very much and keep on listening. And I guess I'm glad you enjoyed the Arcs of Omen narrative storytelling times that we did. That's what I'm guessing based on your review. So thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
It was a beautiful thing. Thanks to all of you who have given us a 5-star review now or in the past. And we are going to get on now with episode 178. Thank you so much. Transitional noise. Would you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Myself and Phil went to a little known event called Rapid Fire Wargaming somewhere in Kent. And because it is something of a tradition, we are now going to talk about our experiences at this, the 4th Warhammer 40,000 event hosted by the good people of RFW, that being Rapid Fire Wargames. Phil, you're something of a Rapid Fire alumni. You've been, I believe, to all of them. What is Rapid Fire Wargames, Phil? I have never heard of it.
Right. Rapid Fire Wargaming is, as far as I'm aware, 4 chaps from the Kent area. They had a YouTube channel back in the day. Sadly for us, they kind of given up on it because COVID ruined it for them, I think. They've all got stunning armies. They're all very nice chaps. I met them at No Retreat, that slippery finger club that you love, Dan. And from that, we formed a lovely connection and friendship, and we've sort of been in touch with them ever since. Formed a loose online social chat group. And yes, Garfield, Tom, otherwise known as, is the one that runs the event for RFW. He's put on 4 events so far. There's a Horus Heresy one in August, I want to say. And there's also potentially a doubles one that he's starting to plan off the back of this one, which is also in August on the same weekend as the Horus Heresy one. I believe it's still up in the air. It might not be officially done and dusted. But yeah, they're very small format, 40k tournaments. Oh, am I getting ahead of myself? I was talking about the RFW chaps, not the actual events.
Well, no, I mean, the implication was you were going to talk about the event, but you decided to give a bit more context than maybe was necessary. But I let you run with it, Phil, because you were doing such a good job. So carry on.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Small events, 1,750 points. Casual events, they're not ITC point scored, which is deliberately done to put off those competitive gamers. There's meant to be a heavy theme on sort of narrative emphasis. There's no sort of mad sort of story arcs, or it's not a campaign weekend per se. It's just a one-day tournament, but people can bring along some sort of fun and fluffy lists. Previous years we've had an all greater demon list. This year the same person bought an all chaos cultist list. So shout out to Frank for his wonderful armies that he brings. The painting standard varies. Sometimes it's there are some incredibly great painters that come along to the event. There's always some really creative stuff there. It's just a friendly, fun vibe, basically. There are people like Dan that are tryhards, and run a slightly more competitive list, and there are people that don't.
I don't feel like I necessarily... My results probably suggest otherwise, but I don't feel like I'm ever bringing anything that horrendous. But
no, true. This time, the twist. Oh, so in terms of the mission formats, they tend to be more along the lines of the old school Eternal War missions. We always have secondaries, which are Slay the Warlord, First Strike, and Linebreaker, which is the classic. I think we still had them in 8th edition, didn't we?
Yeah. They remained in 8th edition throughout the Eternal War missions, yeah.
This time it was like a Maelstrom deck, which was a custom deck that Tom had made, that everyone got as part of their little goodie pack. Very similar to the old style Maelstrom, where you know, objectives are numbered, you get like a victory point for securing it. If you hold 3 objectives, for example, one card was you get D3 victory points. You get some for killing Titans or Dreadnoughts, things like that. Things like killing Psychers and killing Flies weren't in it, because I did have a look back afterwards to see what was actually in them. It's mostly focused around objectives, either holding a certain number, or as in an actual number, or certain numbers in like 3 or more. Or killing characters, things like that. There was actually quite a few assassinate type cards in there as well, which made for a lively mix in the missions.
Yeah, I think, again, the thing that's always been really respected and appreciated about the RFW approach to events is, as Phil has already asserted, it is something that is aspiring to offer a fun gaming opportunity to those who maybe aren't looking to, prioritize the bleeding edge competitive play. And again, is something of a throwback for those of us who remember and appreciated older editions of Warhammer 40,000 and specifically the missions that those older editions used. I think one of the things that's always really interesting about modern Warhammer 40,000 10th edition and subsequently 9th edition as well is there is this kind of increasing ideology that, the game can only really be played one very specific way. And I think that's replicated or personified within the rules. For example, if it was that you were bringing a Dark Angels detachment, for example, and specifically, I mean the Deathwing detachment, and you were to play an old mission that just resolved around kill points, that would be difficult for the Deathwing because one of their core mechanics of their detachment depends on having objectives that they can deify and prioritize the acquisition of, or, benefit from targeting things that are within range of that objective. So, modern Warhammer 40,000 10th edition has definitely zeroed in on the notion of a level of sort of standardization, certainly within match play. But, again, all those things being equal, you still can play Warhammer 40,000 10th edition without having to use the Leviathan deck. You can pull out, 8th edition's 2019 chapter approved and use those missions. You can pick up any campaign book and pull out those missions. Mm-hmm.
The White Dwarf missions pretty much always use sort of just, much simplified scoring, don't use the Leviathan deck as well. So, and they're like actual 10th edition missions as well.
Mm. And I think that's the thing, though, because I do genuinely feel like there's a real benefit or, a really interesting amount of tactical depth to those older missions. Like, I do agree that the modern Leviathan deck is, attempting to be a best of both worlds situation. It offers you some of that kind of resourceful, kind of flexible tactical thinking because ultimately you're being thrown different tactical challenges at different points. It's like, oh, you got to be over here now, and oh, you got to be over there, and do these different things while still having the primary element and all of that stuff. I mean, again, it's quite evident that the current competitive scene are big fans of the way that Games Workshop have approached Leviathan. But for me, again, much as it was with 9th edition, it's just a bit much. And I find it a very frustrating way to play the game a lot of the time because it just doesn't quite scratch the itch in the same way as some of those older missions did. That's not to suggest that I actually think Maelstrom is like the greatest system ever. I think it definitely has been a great system at times, but I do also see the complexities with it. I again, intriguing that earlier I stated Chapter Approved 2019, because Chapter Approved 2019 has, in my opinion, the best version of Maelstrom ever made. It was a shame in a way, I suppose, that Tom didn't take the 2019 Maelstrom rule set and apply it to the missions. But to be fair to him, what he actually did with it was quite good all the same. And again, I think if you layered in the 2019 Maelstrom mechanics, I think it would have just been an extra layer of complexity. You're already asking people to basically come back in and accept an old system. Yeah.
If I remember rightly, the 2019 one had like a deck building mechanic in it, and I feel like he stripped out a lot of the cards that you would normally take out in those ones. I mean, I think there would have been a couple that you could have, but the fact that if you the sort of general house rule or the official tournament rule was if you draw a card and you can't do it because it's literally impossible. So one of them is effectively you got to kill a unit that's got a vehicle that's got over 24 wounds, which I think in the entire weekend, 2 armies, one of which was mine, had a super heavy that could be fulfilled against. So if you can't do that card, you immediately get rid of it and you redraw it. And then obviously there's mechanics at the start of your turn as well. If you want to spend a command point, I think that was only the first mission, you could discard one and redraw it. And then effectively before you draw, you can always get rid of one as well. So if you're sort of stuck with cards that you feel a bit too difficult, there are ways to slowly at least get rid of them. And every mission, as well as having different deployment type, also had a different sort of twist on the draw mechanic for those Maelstrom cards. One of them was quite standard, but as I mentioned, you have a command point a stratagem that you could spend to burn one and redraw. The second one, you could effectively steal the secure objectives, which are ones with the numbered objectives. You could steal your opponent's ones, their cards, if you could complete it instead, and then you scored double points. And then in the last one, it was a slightly more convoluted mechanic where you draw cards one at a time, you roll a dice, and on like a 5 and a 6, I think your opponent picks rather than you pick which of the 2 cards you keep, and then you do that 3 times until you've got a hand of 3 cards. So that one was a bit more complicated. But yeah, they're all quite interesting, and it kind of mixed each game up to be very unique to play.
Yeah, totally. And I think, again, to me, that is the thing that really makes RFW super fun. And it's one of the things that I find that I really enjoy the most about it is the fact that Tom is willing to essentially discard convention and pursue something that is more akin to the way that, well, he likes to play Warhammer. You know, Joe has been saying this for a while. He's been saying this whole mantra of like, you know, just play 40k for fun. Like, stop trying to be super competitive. Stop trying to play it in a particular kind of way. Just have fun with it. And I think that's very true of like Tom's approach to this as well. And seemingly also by extension our own as well, which is that, you know, Warhammer 40,000, yes, it is this, you know, competitive game that's played all around the world by, you know, thousands of players all, you know, aspiring to become the best in faction or the best overall as per the ITC. But really, the core of it is that we're trying to have, you know, fun with our friends. And I think ultimately we need to make sure that we don't lose sight of that. And what I love about RFW is that, yeah, to me, there's definitely a nostalgia element to it because I love those old missions. That's what I grew up playing. That's what I feel most, you know, connected to. So when I, you know, get a chance to play missions that have that kind of structure to them, I just find that, you know, I'm a lot more engaged by the process. And also as well, I find that type of gameplay allows me to kind of stretch and flex memory muscles, gameplay muscles, things that I haven't had to be concerned about for years when it comes to modern Warhammer 40,000. So it's actually really refreshing to be able to go back and play, Warhammer 40,000 10th edition, but with missions that, actually layer on different tactical challenges, I suppose. So yeah, I'm a fan of what he's doing. I think the overall kind of approach that he's gone for in terms of his priorities from an event perspective is really cool. And I think, without being too hyperbolic, I think the games of Warhammer 40,000 10th edition that I played at RFW this weekend are probably 3 of the best games of 10th edition I've ever played. I think 10th edition 40k is, as I say, a game that typically is, best played competitively, but actually, as it turns out, with the right kind of people and the right kind of context, with the right sort of approach, maybe there actually is a lot of fun to be had with this by layering in some different ways of playing. Because, as I say, this was 3 really, really great games. I had a great time. My opponents were great. We'll get into those in a bit. The venue's really nice. It's a bit remote. I mean, can't lie about that. It is in the arse end of nowhere. We actually got lost, didn't we, Phil?
I think we got lost 3 times, wasn't it? Trying to get there.
It was one continuous time, Phil. We were lost. And we continued to be lost until we weren't.
But that is true, yeah. With a few different attempts at trying to find the location. So it was a bit tricky. It's very remote when we were out there nearish the venue, but not close enough that we could actually find it. Our signal had completely gone. So sat-nav was a bit useless at that point. But yeah, we did it in the end.
Oh, yeah. And, bear in mind, Phil's been to 3 of these. I've been to 2 of these before. And yet, even with that, we still managed to get lost. So I think that sort of speaks to the remoteness of it. As much as it is remote, there is a pub next door. So that definitely adds, all the necessary kind of beverages and other bits and pieces. And, because the event does bring an audience of gamers, the pub is very accommodating. They definitely are happy to let you, take drinks across and all that kind of stuff. I think, the crowd has built up a lot of faith with them, so they're a lot happier than they probably otherwise would be to be accommodating to us, as I guess they see us as a golden opportunity for extra revenue in an otherwise, lazy April weekend.
Yeah, and you can also stay over there as well because they've got a couple of rooms because it's a proper inn.
It is. It's a proper free house, isn't it?
True.
There it is. But yeah, so, the remoteness of it is definitely a factor. You definitely find that, when you're there, if, you don't necessarily want to head over to the pub and buy, pub price beverages, etc., you do need to come prepared. You definitely need to pack your own lunch if you don't want to pay the, again, pub dining fees, etc. And also the only way that you can feasibly get there is to drive. Like, you're not going to, unless, of course, you live in close proximity and are happy walking, realistically, if you don't have someone who can give you a lift or I'm not able to drive yourself, it's not the easiest place to get to, I suppose, is probably the thing we can say about that.
Yeah, no, completely. I have to get lifts off of you or Richard basically every time.
Absolutely. But when you do get there, it's kind of worth it because it's a really picturesque setting. You're basically in this hall that overlooks a valley. It's a very beautiful, picturesque space. It's very tranquil, very, calming. The perfect kind of place to, play Warhammer 40,000 and pay little to no attention to that after the initial impact of it. That certainly was my experience of it. Having now been there 3 times, this time around, I sort of went in and go, yep, this looks how I remember. now I'm going to stare at small toy soldiers and relatively ignore the surrounding beauty of the Kent countryside.
Yeah, you only really get to appreciate it if you don't go to the pub for lunch, and you can sit outside and have a little sort of picnic with your sandwiches and crisps or what have you, and then have a look over the fields then. So that's the time to really sort of appreciate it, I think. The rest of the time, you're mostly just milling around the tables, gaming and chatting to people.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing, right? Like, I think overall, the people are definitely one of the things that make the event. I think Tom has done a really good job of cultivating a type of gameplay and a kind of approach that I suppose attracts an audience of very similar-minded people. So if you are one of those people and you do enjoy playing the game in this kind of way, you're definitely going to kind of find people of your tribe in this particular environment. And I do think that is, definitely the case here. I think we, myself, Phil, definitely when we attend these events, find that, people are, on the whole, really accommodating, really pleasant, really nice. And again, like Phil has already said, the quality of the kind of paint jobs and armies that are on display are really exceptional. On the whole, I think, the quality of player, but also the quality of their hobby is really exceptional. And it's a real privilege to be able to go and spend, a day with these people. And again, attracts quite a good crowd of quite, big personalities and names within the broader hobby space. I mean, we've got some really amazing, or rather Tom has some really amazing painters and even influencers attending. I mean, this time around we had, it's Nick, isn't it? Who did the
Night Lords. Nick Goddard, Krieger 40k on Instagram. He's got some beautiful armies. Initially, a Krieg army of all things, hence the name. Most notable for his Death Guard that he's had lately.
Oh, it's stunning.
But this time around it was Night Lords, which was really great.
Yeah, exceptional. And then also, the TT people rocked up. So we had a couple of the Tabletop Tactics guys there. So, I mean, it was a really good turnout in terms of the kinds of players and people that came along and got involved. And I mean, again, I think Tom is relatively close with or friendly with Stig from TT because, I mean, from what I could tell from playing against and talking to Stig, he's not been or played Warhammer 40,000 in quite a considerable amount of time. So for him to rock up and participate in this specifically, I'm assuming that, Tom's got an in with him there somehow.
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm not sure either, my friend. I assume there must be a connection there because he went to the first of the RFWs, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah, I'm sure he's been to come. I don't know if I actually think because I remember I met I met the RFW guys at No Retreat. I think that was maybe the same year that Stig was there as well because I remember meeting him and probably having a good chat with him literally at the airport as we were leaving because throughout most of the event I didn't actually get a chance to speak to him. I've sort of kept in touch and he's a nice chap. So it might be they met there, which seems like quite a likely option, I think. And there have been a lot of sort of, No Retreat alumni, let's say, like Nick, for example. I met him there and he's been to a few of those events before. So I think that's how a lot of people had met previously.
No, I think that's definitely one of the things that Tom was sort of shooting for from the outset, was that he was almost trying to kind of capture some of the spirit of No Retreat, which again is obviously a very exclusive event hosted in a very posh venue, shall we say. Definitely carries a premium, but also requires a certain level of skill and expertise to gain access to. Whereas RFW, although, in a really beautiful location and a little bit kind of exclusive in the sense that you need to be able to traverse all the various roads and landscapes to find yourself there, is definitely a lot more open. And
it's
certainly
first come, first served.
Absolutely. And certainly one of those events that I would advocate, those more kind of casual players go and attend, because I think if you're someone who, likes Warhammer 40,000 but is themselves not, comfortable with the idea of a sort of air quotation marks proper tournament environment, I think RFW offers a really good alternative to that, albeit in Kent, which I appreciate is not close to everyone, but for those that it is, it's probably worth giving a go. Wouldn't you say so, Phil?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely worth a try.
Absolutely. So let's talk about some of the specifics of this event and, cover off the games. So Phil's already said Maelstrom games using a custom deck. What was your vibe on the deck, Phil? What was your vibe on Maelstrom?
Yeah, I remember really liking Maelstrom, having played just 3 games of sort of pseudo Maelstrom. I still think it's good. I think there's potential tweaks, and I don't know if that was necessarily the sort of the numbers of cards that were in there in terms of like the duplicate cards, all the secure objectives. There were 2 of which, Tom at the very beginning said, make sure you shuffle because everything came in order. Everyone shuffled, but there were times that, obviously you've got 2 secure objectives ones, but in each deck, because your opponent's dealing and you're dealing for yourself as well. So quite often you would be fighting over like the same sort of objective or potentially stealing objective. So, I thought maybe having just 1 of each of the numbers would potentially be a bit better. But overall, I think really good. It did make me go, oh yeah, Maelstrom can be very swingy, especially when it comes to the D3 victory points versus the 1 victory points, and sort of how you play the game in terms of what ones are you going to get rid of, what ones are you trying to score. One of my games, I was determined to try, and I had a sort of double combo of like Slay the Warlord effectively and an assassinate killer character. So I was trying to keep hold of that one for several turns, and ultimately it was like my undoing, because it meant I just wasn't scoring enough points because I was just trying to complete that one thing, and I should have maybe just cut my losses with it a bit sooner. So there's definitely like a mini learning curve in terms of just how to best to score in the Maelstrom format. What was your vibe on it?
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said already, I think, Maelstrom for me kind of achieved its best form. It essentially, like a Dragon Ball Z villain, it accomplished its final form, but then ultimately was destroyed. Despite its best efforts to impress, and I think that was very much Chapter Approved 2019. I think Chapter Approved 2019 gave us the quintessential and/or best version of Maelstrom, and I think that was a version of Maelstrom built over many years of iteration. You got to remember, Maelstrom was first introduced, I believe, in 6th edition. 6th edition first came out in 2012. So essentially, from 2012 all the way up to what was essentially 2020, which was actually when Chapter 2019 kind of came into effect. It was released December 2019. That's like 8 years of iterating on the concept of Maelstrom, and I think they finally got it spot on at that point. But that was very different from what we had in this instance. And I also think that, 10th edition with its additional phasing and other things creates layers of additional complexity, or rather, offers mechanics that, I didn't necessarily feel like Tom had taken the time to lean into much in terms of the design of his own Maelstrom cards. I think the things that I feel like he should have done with his Maelstrom cards, or things I felt that were lacking, I think it was a mistake not to include defend objective cards. So those of you who remember objectives, there were secure objective cards, which were at the end of your turn, be on the objective, but then there were defend objective cards, which were at the start of your turn, be on this objective, which created really interesting gameplay mechanics, because ultimately you would need to fight to hold the objective in your turn, and then your opponent, knowing full well that you were going to score 2 points for holding that objective, was heavily incentivized to get you off of it. So I think, if I could have changed anything about it, I would have definitely have added defend. So rather than having double secure, I would have just gone for one secure, one defend. And then the other thing I would have, there were just a few little weird things that needed tweaking, but I do definitely think like he could have had some maelstroms that enabled like action type situations.
Yes, yeah, it's sort of similar, more with the sort of 9th edition action, sort of either raise banners or have things within a table edge or sort of table quarters. Like, I don't necessarily mind those, and they sort of exist within the Leviathan deck as well to an extent. So some little novel twists on those, I think, would have been a nice addition, because then you're effectively getting the best of both worlds of sort of the newer format plus the Leviathan.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is the thing. Credit where credit's due to Tom. I think he built a Maelstrom deck that he felt was appropriate for the game as he wanted it to be played. And I think ultimately he achieved his vision. I think there's a few little things that he himself admitted he could have tweaked. I did say to him that I felt like his, Titan Hunter ability was a bit out of date, because he implied that you would only score it by killing a Titanic thing with 24 wounds. Obviously not being aware that the Imperial Knight has been reduced in wounds to 22, which is like one of the more common Titanic things. Tom, to his credit, when talking to me throughout the event, was like, yeah, probably something we can address for the future. And also he had to kind of state that the Battle Shock one needed to be resolved in the opponent's phase, because the way the card was written was cause battle shock in your turn, which is difficult, not impossible, but way more difficult to do than obviously getting it to happen in your opponent's. But for the most part, those are nitpicks. I think Maelstrom's fun to play. It adds a lot of interesting moments, creates some interesting challenges. And I was there for it. It was a fun time. I enjoyed playing Maelstrom, which was cool. So those were the cards. We're playing on 60 by 44 inch boards, so current kind of competitive standard 40k boards. But we are playing with a number of asymmetric and varied terrain layouts. Tom's design principle, if you were, was that he wanted to build asymmetric boards to complement the deployment style. So for those of you who haven't heard me rant about this before, the deployment style they use at RFW is there was one roll off to rule them all, where you roll one dice and you make the choice. Do you want to be attacker or do you want to be defender? If you're defender, you pick deployment zone. And then if you're the attacker, you deploy your entire army. Then the defender responds by deploying in response. And basically, the way Tom had laid out most of the boards, there was more terrain and more defensible areas on one side than there was on the other. And it essentially meant that there was this opportunity for attackers to occupy a space where they could start to plan their first turn and how they would move up and where they would be at the end of turn one. And then ultimately, the defenders got the opportunity to look at the lay of land, protect their units, but also consider where they would go to push back and start to attack in response. What was your vibe on, I suppose, one, that approach to deployment, but also that kind of terrain layout, boards, etc.?
Yeah, I don't mind it. it just speeds things up, basically. The dropping, the attack first and then the defender sort of counters. We've talked about it loads. It's good. It's, I don't mind alternating, but it's just a lot slower, I think. So I think the way he did it is quite fun. Some of the boards were asymmetric. I think the ones that I were on, they were mostly quite similar. So it didn't matter too much. And I think on one of them, I was spending a while trying to decide and check some angles for line of sight. And then ultimately I was like, I'll just go on the one where my army kind of is closer to for deployment just for ease so we could get on with it. But it was nice to see that they weren't exactly symmetrical. And obviously in this one, you place your objectives, one at a time first, alternating. So that almost has more of an impact on where you're going in terms of deployment zone rather than just the terrain layout of itself. So the objectives aren't symmetrical. And I think that is one of the things about Maelstrom, that there's almost like a skill in where you put down your objectives, or depending on your army style, you potentially have an advantage if you could load up more objectives on one side. If you're much more aggressive, thinking your opponent might pick that side, or vice versa. If you definitely want to be defensive, or your opponent wants to be defensive, you can potentially place them to give a slight advantage to one army over the other. And that, I think, is quite a high skill level in terms of working that out, basically. An art you have perfected, Dan, no doubt.
I don't think I've perfected it, but I've definitely thought about it a lot over the years of when we used to play those systems and how you can kind of optimize your output, I suppose. Again, one of the sort of old school things about old school Warhammer 40,000 is the game gave you lots of opportunities to exploit mechanics, and those exploits were very finessed, but they were there, and ultimately it all kind of formed this whole kind of army construction, but also just general kind of approach to play that really created a lot of dynamism and sort of skill expression in terms of how the game was played. I really enjoyed that about things like older editions and those sort of styles of deployment. I think you were able to, create strategies and do things in interesting ways and definitely, just build things to exploit certain advantages, which is really cool. I genuinely was dead happy with all of that. I think the terrain, we definitely had some tables with more sparse terrain than others. Again, it's not like there wasn't lots of terrain on these boards. It's just sometimes the terrain wasn't traditional ruins, which is quite interesting playing Warhammer 40,000, where you're actually not just got a map covered in ruins, because all of a sudden it's like, oh, this piece of terrain does give me cover, but it's maybe not super optimal in the sense that I can't hide and do all this stuff. And I actually think, one of the interesting... Sorry, Phil, you were going to say something.
It was only that, there was a lot of sort of big, chunky line of sight blocking pieces, whether it's rocks or stacks of crates, but also as a footprint, sort of impassable. I think my second game had these very large sort of sealed buildings. So we were like, okay, let's just say it's impassable, because trying to say that you're on the inside when you're not would be very difficult to do. So, there was lots of things that just blocked sort of movement, which can be good, can be bad. It definitely sort of funnels you down sort of little passageways and shooting galleries and stuff like that you've got to sort of play around. As you said, it's not just a ruin that you can go up right behind and then just pop out, but, pass through to pop out and shoot, or pop out and charge and stuff. So, it definitely gives you different ways of playing.
Oh, for sure. I actually think that what was really cool about it, though, was that a lot of this terrain was authentic Games Workshop Citadel terrain. Some of those boards were littered in terrain kits that if you were to go to eBay and try and buy them today would cost a considerable amount of money. So I think, that it was a really nice thing to return to. And I do also agree with you that I think the intriguing thing about this type of terrain is that it definitely offered a lot more impassable obstructions, which actually in itself creates some interesting, gameplay mechanics as well. There were definitely more terrain pieces on the board that I couldn't just phase through, which I actually really like mechanically, because I find the abstraction of ruins within the context of 8th, 9th, 10th edition. Well, the abstraction of ruins never felt too bad until they became solid walls. That was always the thing that confused me. Back in the day, a ruin was covered in holes. So it didn't feel bad that you were dealing with an abstract concept. It was always like, presumably there was some way you'd get through that. And you could kind of see that on the miniature, on the terrain piece. But in the modern game, from like late 8th onwards, they just started basically building solid walls with no gaps whatsoever. And just going, that's a ruin, and you could just go through it. And it's like, what? That has always been too much.
Yeah, because what they also did in 8th edition is there was quite often gaps like windows and doors, but they said it was all solid. And then terrain started to sort of catch up and then be solid, because that's what the tournament players want. I think it's either the 6th or 7th ed call, but it might be both, to be fair. But it actually explicitly said that, yes, infantry can pass through walls because they have things like breaching charges, or they're smashing down doors or jumping through windows. Like, they sort of explained the narrative of how your models are actually doing it. And it seemed just visually more plausible on the old style terrain, where there were, as you say, lots more ruins and doors sort of scattered throughout, or just, holes, because it's, ruins rather than solid constructed buildings.
I'd also assert, though, as well, like, most people hadn't clocked that. I feel like back in the day, if you had Games Workshop did a particular piece of terrain, which was like a big Imperial Eagle with and it had like one door in it basically, and it was just one doorway, and the rest of it was like walls. And I feel like most people went through the doorway. Most people, when they played, were like, well, if I need to get out of here, I've got to go out via the door. I don't think people had twigged that they could have just phased through the thing. It definitely felt like that was a more modern phenomenon. But anyway, my point is it was nice to play with terrain where it was like, well, I can't just phase through it. I have to go up and over it. I actually have to respect the footprint of the board. Like, actually, terrain isn't just this, line of sight blocking piece. It's actually a hindrance, and it's actually a challenging thing that I need to overcome in order to, fulfill my strategy, etc. So, I genuinely think that, it's fun to play on those kind of asymmetric boards. I think it's fun to utilize that sort of style of terrain, and it's nice to look around an event where it's not just the same bland MDF ruins repeated over and over again on bland, uninteresting gaming mats. Admittedly, they were still using gaming mats, but the type of terrain that was on display definitely amplified the overall offering in terms of the visuals. I think your average, proper tournament player would find it incredibly frustrating to play on, but I found it exhilarating. I thought it was just a really fun thing, because you look at a board and you think, I need to come up with a strategy for this scenario, not just do the same thing I've done every game, Yeah.
No, that's true. I think on my first board in the middle, we had like a crashed dropship, drop pod, sorry. And we were like, okay, we're counting that as impassable and like blocks line of sight and stuff. And that, really sort of meant you were funneling your troops through these gaps between the drop pod and like these crates and stuff. So, created some interesting bits to get around.
Oh, for sure. I actually played that board game 2, and we did the same thing. And it definitely creates some interesting challenges and elements to that game. So there we go. So we're playing Maelstrom. We're playing on these asymmetric boards, one-drop setups. That's the premise. Based on that, Phil, what did you take? 1750 points unconventionally. What army did you take? You don't need to go into excruciating detail on the list itself. Just you can if you want to.
That's what I like, Dan. That's what I'm here for. I'm all about. That's what the Guard listeners are just waiting to hear.
Tell us then, Phil. What did you take?
I took, my theme was Yarrick's Revenants, which is the return of Yarrick from the dead, purely because I had a miniature and I wanted to run it. So I took Yarrick as the Lord Solar Leontus, because he's on a similar base. He's on a nice display base. He was attached to a platoon command squad with a Master Vox, which meant his 3 orders, and his 3 orders which can go to any unit, not just infantry, so I could order vehicles with him, which is quite useful. Master Vox allows you to issue them 24 inches. So that was the sort of gimmick there. And he's attached to that platoon squad because they're all attached to a Death Corps Krieg infantry squad. There's some special weapons smattered throughout, an autocannon, for example, in the platoon command squad. And then I had 2 near identical but slightly different Militarum Tempestus command squads. So these were my Grenadiers, but I was running them as the command squads, which were both attached to a single Grenadier squad, which was just my regular Scions. So one of them, sort of the leader of the Grenadiers, had the command rod, which allows him to issue 2 orders to himself, or to the unit. And then had a bunch of special weapons, and then the other one just had some special weapons. I also had a regimental engineer, which would just hang out with my Baneblade Super Heavy, which I also had. So regimental engineer can heal it and also give it a 4+ invuln save, which is mostly what he was there for. So I had a cool Baneblade mini, which I'd sort of dusted off and hadn't played for years. So that was fun to take. I've already talked about my Death Corps Krieg battle line, which is my 1 battle line unit that I took. I then had 1 large Death Rider squad of 10 minis. I thought I'd try a large squad rather than 2 units of 2, because I was like, let's try and optimize orders and stratagems. Not that I ever really used that. And actually having 1 big squad was probably more of a hindrance overall, I would say. I then had some Thud Gun minis, like heavy quad launchers from Forge World. When I was looking this up, and one of the general things that I was trying to work out was, basically, they don't have regular rules anymore. They're not supported. So the quad launchers and the heavy mortars from Forge World are now legends, as are Grenadiers. So they still exist, but they're in legends. But those don't exist within the Games Workshop app. And my main thing was I just want to use the app because actually I quite like using it for this sort of stuff. I quite like the command bunker option. Is visually much better than Battlescribe. And as much as I like Battlescribe, I just wanted to use this. So that was like my stipulation that I gave myself in terms of how I was selecting stuff. So I had the Thud guns that I wanted to use. I ran them as the field ordnance batteries with the Malleus rocket launchers, which is interesting because they actually need line of sight to shoot. They don't ignore line of sight, even though they look like the option that would ignore line of sight. So that obviously impacted on the placement of them. I had 2 Hades breaching drills. They can deep strike, but they're quite good in combat. So they're my close combat units in addition to the Death Riders. And then I've already mentioned the 2 Tempestus Scions. And then lastly, I had a Calidus Assassin, because the interesting thing about her is at the end of your opponent's turn, you can take them off the board and then in your end of movement phase, drop them back on the board, which I thought would be potentially quite useful for grabbing objectives that are quite difficult to reach, for the Maelstrom deck. And that was quite useful. Not brilliant, but it actually did help in a couple of games, I would say. And overall, I will say that I think the Maelstrom format is weighted much more towards very mobile armies, and much like Leviathan deck, you've kind of got to build to it to do it well. You can't just sort of take a bunch of units. So I wasn't particularly optimized for it. Having all my firepower basically in the Baneblade, while fun, isn't great from a gameplay point of view, or particularly for me scoring objectives. Whereas if I had 3 Lehman Russes, that gives me a lot more maneuverability around the board and a lot more options for controlling objectives. So, but it ticked the box in terms of stuff I wanted to take, stuff I hadn't taken in a long time, stuff that I thought would be fun and kind of looked cool. That was my general vibe I was going for.
Sounds solid though, buddy. I mean, you know, you and I actually played a test game the night before heading down there. And even though we didn't get to the end of it, you did very well against my Drakari army in the few turns that we got to play.
That is true.
I think had we met on the day, Phil, you probably would have smashed me up proper good.
Well, if only. That would have been nice, wouldn't it?
It would have been beautiful, but it wasn't to be. I think Garfield purposely never puts us together on account of the fact that
we always play each other.
Well, exactly. It's unnecessary in that sense. But yeah, so mate, no, I mean, again, it feels like a pretty solid list. I think, yeah, as you say, maybe not taking the 10-man Death Riders, maybe we've broken those down into units of 5. Maybe that could have given you a little bit more of that mobility that you felt like you were maybe lacking in places.
I was probably lacking some screening units because I found sometimes the Grenadiers / Scions can deep strike, so sometimes I kept them off the board because I wanted them to drop down onto objectives. But invariably, in a couple of games, I'm just dropping down back into my deployment zone to shore up an objective that I'm holding or trying to hold because my opponent's just coming at me. Basically, every game, my opponent just wanted to be in my face. So I needed to try and counter that more so. So if I had some screens, likewise, if I'd split the Death Riders into 2, that would give me more screening rather than just screening one corner of the table. That would have helped. Or just potentially keeping those Grenadier units on the table to begin with, but then they're potentially getting shot off table. And also I think because they were a lot of the boards were quite terrain dense. So quite often the opponent's moved up, you're struggling then to actually deep strike anywhere but maybe the very back of their deployment zone, which sometimes is quite good if there's an objective there. Sometimes you're just doing it for the sake of it, but where you want to be is in the midfield. But sometimes I just found there's too many of their units plus too much terrain kind of in the way to deep strike down where you want to. And you're deep striking down a 15-man squad, so it's not like you can easily cram them in either. It's not like it's just a 5-man squad or even, you know, the Calidus Assassin's perfect for that because it's just one mini and you can sort of sneak it in places. So that was quite useful.
No, awesome, man. Yeah, sounds comprehensive in that sense. I, on the other hand, having, you know, thought about the missions, felt that Drakari was the way to go. Noting that originally I had intended, hoped, prayed that I would have found the time to have done an Ultramarine army that I've been trying to prioritize for a long time.
I thought you were going to do your Deathwing.
Deathwing were also on the cards. I was looking at Deathwing, so I had 3 options. Well, I had multiple options, but the 2 projects I was going to try and do for it were, Deathwing was one of them. The other one was Ultramarines. But yeah, in the end, I just ended up going Drakari because I was like, look, essentially what's happened is that other projects have come along and had to become priorities. So we're going off to Warhammer World for an Age of Sigmar event in a few weeks' time. I need to prioritize painting a bunch of AOS minis for that. AOS is unique to me in the sense that although I have an AOS army, I only really have one AOS army, and that AOS army is not one that I've commissioned or been able to pick up off of a friend. So if I want to go and play at an AOS event, it's kind of on me to get on and paint an AOS army because I haven't got a stockpile of AOS armies kicking around that I can just fall back on. So anyway, yeah, so long story short is I've been working on that, and then just work and stuff's just been a bit hectic, as sometimes is the case. You know very well, Phil, as you march towards your ever-encroaching Thunder Warrior goal, sometimes work can be a real pain.
Yeah, completely agree.
Indeed. Anyway, so all those things being equal, we ended up going with Drukhari. Truthfully, I looked at it. I considered doing Imperial Knights. I looked at the type of terrain layouts and things that, Tom was likely the favor, and I felt like taking Imperial Knights probably was going to be a bit kind of abusive from a damage perspective, but also the problem is with Imperial Knights is they're not very good in missions where the parameters are shifting, because you only get so many, and although they are quite mobile, really you need to have a lot of kind of sacrificial elements that you can sling around the board and get onto objectives. And Drukhari have that in droves, like it's really easy with Drukhari to build a heavily mobile army filled with disposable units that can capture objectives. So that's why I prioritized. So I took the new Sky Splinter detachment, the new Drukhari Hotness. It's really good, is essentially like the highlights. I almost certainly was forgetting to utilize a number of rules throughout the day. But even with that, the kind of core aspects of that detachment really just, saw me through. And what I took was 2 Archons, one that did extra battle shock, and another that couldn't be overwatched. Those 2 Archons were both joined by units of Incubi. So basically 2 Archons with 2 units of 5 Incubi. Those were inside of Venoms. And then my third and final HQ choice with Uron Rakarth, the named homunculus. He has an ability where he can resurrect D3 racks in his unit, which is super useful because that unit of 10 racks that I put him with were super durable. So you just have this big roadblock unit of 10 racks that was accompanied by Uron Rakarth, and he basically made that unit of 10 ever so more numerous while he was able to resurrect them from the dead, which was super helpful. Battle line wise, I had 2 units of Cabalite Warriors. They were broken down into 2 units of 5 and put into 4 Venoms. So 4 units of 5, 4 Venoms total. So that's 6 Venoms. The racks were put in 1 Raider. So that was 1 Raider. Then I took 2 units of 2 Talos with Haywire, Talon Gauntlets, and I-Core injectors, which basically means that I had anti-vehicle shooting from the Haywire, and I also had a bit of punch into some of the more elite units with the Talon Gauntlet, and the I-Core injector was just extra attacks should it be that I end up finding myself fighting a bit more chaff. I also took a Kronos because a Kronos is a central Drukhari. Basically, Kronoses have the ability to refurbish or distribute pain. So Drukhari use this pain mechanic, and Kronos basically allow you to keep hold of your pain for longer. And then lastly, I had 2 units of Mandrakes because Mandrakes are probably the best unit in all of 40k right now. I don't know any Drukhari player that doesn't take at least 1, but based on the fact that we were essentially doing missions where we were going to be running around trying to score objectives, it only seems sensible that I take 2 units of Mandrakes.
Only the best unit in the game. I'll take 2 of them.
For scoring points, yeah. For scoring...
scoring points.
Yeah, they are terrible in every other instance. The gimmick they have is they have the Kaladas Assassin gimmick.
And they can redeploy, basically.
And they've also got Infiltrate as well, though. So they are really, really annoying. So you basically can stuff people's deployments in the deployment step, and then you can also you can also then be really kind of annoying with the way that they redeploy and move around the board, essentially. They're not particularly high on OC, but the fact is they can just be everywhere all of the time. They're very hard to pin down. But they're not very... basically, you look at them funny, they crumple. But the trick is for the Tricari player to not allow you to look at them. That's basically what you do with them. You're always crafty with them. What's always hilarious as well, by the way, is when you get them down to like units of 1 or 2 models, because then they're even more annoying because they're even better at doing what you need them to do.
The nipping around. Yeah.
But yeah, that was the army. Pretty strong, but not absurdly strong. Like, I didn't have much punch in the army other than the Incubi and the Talos. And I was always very clear with my opponent where the threats were. People were always like, so what have I got to worry about? And I was like, look, you do need to worry about the Mandrakes because they're going to score me points and win the game for me. But if you're looking for the things that you need to deal with in terms of threats, basically it's those 2 Archon units with the Incubi and it's those 2 units of Talos. If you get rid of all of those, I'm literally... all my bite is gone. I've got nothing left after you get rid of all of that. But intriguingly, no one actually... So in 3 games, no one managed to kill all of it, in the sense that no one managed to kill all the Talos or all the Incubi. I always had some of it kicking around at the end. And Lord knows I threw them in the fire, Phil, so they did well for me.
That's good.
Which was good. Should we talk quickly about the games we played, the opponents we had, and the overall kind of vibe?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want me to go first? Because I can tell you're now scrambling for your phone, trying to work out who we actually played.
No, I remember who I played. I was just going to grab some pictures to remind myself. Yeah, so I'll talk about mine. I played James in game 1. He had some lovely orcs. Lots of the newer guys, like I can't even remember what they're called. The guys, ones that Richards have got, one where there's like guys on the sort of squigs, but like the beast snaggers, basically.
Yeah, the beast snaggers.
A lot of the beast snagger boys. Right, mega knobs in a truck, another truck with some other stuff in the big. I want to say Squigosaurus, but I'm not entirely sure that's the correct word. But it's something like that from the beast snaggers. So a lot of like close combat threats, basically. And like I said earlier, this was on the board that had the big drop pod in the middle, and there were like crates surrounding it. So there was some like narrow areas for both line of sight, which made it quite difficult, and for movement. But he was basically TLDR in my face very quickly. I think by the second turn, he'd his warlord and squad of meganobs or boys in meganob armor were basically smashing my Baneblade in close combat. With some additional shooting from some grot tanks and a couple of other things, because all the what are they called? They have like these little squig bombs that you can just like these little counters that can go in once per game into it. So a bunch of 3 of those got chucked in to do mortal wounds. But basically, yeah, by the second turn it was destroyed. Like they absolutely mauled that. And once that had gone, that's most of my firepower, and a lot of other stuff just gets stuffed in combat as well. My Hades drills did some work, but ultimately, by the time my Grenadiers came down, it was a bit too late for the game, and James had sort of run away with the points. Because I think especially if you've got a very mobile army and it's very aggressive, you can just get on all the objectives straight away. And if you're sort of stuck in a corner, there's not really much you can do about it. That's sort of the downside of the Maelstrom format, I would say. If you can be very aggressive, like turn 1, and I think James did win the roll-off and went first. So that did happen. It wasn't terrible on scoring. It was 19-9 to him. It was a good game. He's a lovely lad. He listens to the podcast. And he was wearing my, as you mentioned before, my Fixed Bayonets t-shirt, which was my Patreon exclusive one that I did many years ago. So that was very cool. So yeah, great to hang out with him and actually get a game. I think he had fixed it with Garfield to play against me because he really wanted to play me last RFW 3, and we didn't get matched up. So I think he fixed it this time, which was great because it was actually really nice to play against him for game 1.
He specifically called you out and then smashed you up, mate.
He did indeed. So I'm never going to play him ever again because of that. Obviously,
no, that's fair. That's fair. No, I think you're absolutely within your rights, Phil. I mean, he's taken some liberties there, hasn't he? Exactly.
Yeah, so I will refuse all challenges henceforth. But yeah, it was a fun game. It was nice to see my sort of Death Riders. I sort of made one, not a tactical mistake, but I charged in all my Death Riders, and I tried to get as many into combat with his Squigosaur as possible to try and do some damage to it. But I knew I could have been a bit more tactical and just blocked off the corridor between the drop pod and the crates, which would have meant that his squad of sort of Squig Hopper Riders, I can't remember the actual name for them, would be stuck because I would have screened them off. They couldn't fit through the gap up otherwise. But I was like, nah, let's not be super gamey about it. And, technically I probably should have done that. But also that Squigosaurus guy was terrifying and murdered most of my Death Riders in one fell swoop, but also super resilient. And I kind of knew that would be a tough uphill battle from having played against it a few times with Richie's army. But yeah, orcs are super tough is the general thing I found in that game.
They are known for being quite durable, or at least numerous, I suppose.
Both,
typically
in this case.
Indeed. Typically their endurance comes from their numeracy, but in this case it also came from some super tough characters and squigs, etc. So yeah, fun. Sounds like a good mate. What was game 2 like for you?
Oh yeah, game 2 was against Tyranids. Katie from Tabletop Tactics was there, so we played against each other. That was a very lovely game. It was very close and sort of down to the wire. She had a lot of big bugs, hive tyrants, the new couple of new ones from the Leviathan set, the psychic one and the Norn emissary, I think it was.
Yeah.
So a couple of big threats, and then a couple of lots of little gribblies running around as well. This is where my Baneblade survived and also did the majority of the heavy lifting because I managed to sort of just I was actually split firing probably a bit too much, but I was sort of concentrating fire. So as soon as a threat came a bit near me, I was like, okay, right, the Baneblade's just got to blow it up. This turn. And I sort of tried that in the last one against James, but I rolled absolutely terribly when I was trying to kill his Meganobs. Because the Baneblade backgun does 3d6 shots. But if you roll very low on that, that is a bad day for the Guardsman. But yeah, this was a really good game. There's lots of really cool, like sort of cinematic moments. My Calendar Assassin was jumping around the board to try and get on some objectives and score points. Yarrick got eaten by one of the big Gribblies by the end of the game. But I sort of felt like I sort of fended off against the worst of it. So that one I had won 14-13. So I won by 1 point.
God.
So
1 point.
Yeah, it was very close. But it was good. It was a really fun game.
Nice, man. That sounds amazing. 1 point. My God.
I know.
And then what happened after that?
So the last game I got matched up against Ross from RFW. This is the
not Ross.
second time I've played Ross in the final game. The last one I want to say was RFW 1.
It was,
Yes, it was RFW1, where he basically ran an all dreadnought army. This time it was like an almost all, it was all Space Wolves. It was mostly, Thunder Cavalry, some Wolfen, Ragnar Blackmane, some Terminators, some Assault Marines as well. A lot of models, more models than I have in my army, plus a Land Raider, and inside that Land Raider was a squad of 6 Eradicators, which were basically the bane of my life, because they are mental good. Especially when they're in the one Land Raider that they can all fit in. It can move up, they can get out, and then they can shoot. And because they're shooting at your vehicle, they're getting reroll hit rolls, wound rolls, and damage rolls. He got first turn. I tried to sort of screen, I had a big long line of my Death Riders to try and screen off the combat threat, which did work, and I tried to stay back as far as possible, but he's got so many shenanigans in terms of like the ability to like advance and charge, or do a flat out advanced charge that basically I was in combat turn 1. The Eradicators blew up my Baneblade in 1 round of shooting on turn 1. And from then on, I was like, well, it's kind of game over. Realistically, I've lost over 500 points of models in 1 turn. And that, again, is my big firebase of firepower. The Hades drills did some damage. The Caladius Assassin scared off Ragnar because I had like an Assassinate. And I basically made a beeline for him, but I think I failed the charge to get into combat, I think I failed the charge, or I got in, did some damage, but not enough to kill him. So in his turn, he ran him away inside the Land Raider, to keep him safe. And then I dropped down all the Grenadiers and the Assassin into his back line to try and have like a second offensive, and to score some points over on that side. But ultimately, it was a real struggle to score any cards. Basically, the entire game, he basically defeated me with literally probably about a quarter of his army, because the rest of it was just sat on objectives. Like, it was a complete wipe from my point of view, and was a bit of an uphill battle, as is what happens every time I play against him. So I lost. It was 21 points to 3. That's how bad it was.
Mate. Yeah, no, that's a howler. Yeah, he's definitely got your number, hasn't he?
Yeah. I'm surprised Ross doesn't give Garfield a little backhander to be like, oh yeah, pair me up with that Phil again. I need some points. I would need to get up in the top. So yeah, Ross came 3rd overall. Congrats to him. I sort of felt like that was mostly due to the sheer win on points in his game with me. Which seems a bit mad, how many you can actually rack up over the course of the game. But when you're sat on all the objectives, that's quite easily done, I think.
Well, exactly. It's it's not particularly difficult when you get in the a lot of the issues with some of these kind of mission mechanics is that a lot of them kind of support the system where it's like when you're winning, you just start winning more. And it just sort of gets away from you sometimes. I do, credit where credit's due to the modern gaming systems, Leviathan and stuff. They're a lot better at trying to create some, semblance of balance.
I feel like you can, if you're not winning on objectives, you can still do stuff that don't require being on objectives. So it's like you can deploy your teleport homes and stuff like that, and you can dart around the board to do other things. Whereas this game ultimately revolves around being on objectives. Yes, you've got to kill stuff as well, but mostly it's playing for the objectives and also getting to the right objectives. And sometimes you get bad draws because they're on the other side of the table and they're really difficult to get to and things like that.
Yeah, no, that is unfortunately the way it goes. So there you go. So all things being equal, you had yourself 2 losses and a win.
Yeah.
Is that the norm for you at RFW, or is that's probably one of your weaker performances, isn't it?
Probably. Do you know what? I actually think I normally do 2-1 as a loss, or I think once or twice I've maybe gone 2-1 win. and then there's definitely been times where I've like lost a game, won a game, lost a game, and then the last game I also lose. So, I mean, it's sort of 50-50 as to whichever way it's going to swing. But in terms of where I actually placed, it was second from the bottom.
Wow.
And I was really surprised how close I was to winning the wooden spoon. I was like, well, I won one game, so I'm not the person that's lost every game, but I sort of feel like the way the matchups were done, because obviously, I was like, because Ross had done so well, I was like, how did I get matched up against him when I'd lost a game? And it was because he had drawn his second game. So I guess the pairings were done on the win-loss ratio. And actually, my first game, I did all right on scoring victory points. So it could have been done on that calculation. I'm not entirely sure. But the actual final result is done on victory points, not win-loss draws. So I think there are people that have managed to lose several games, but just do well on victory points. Like if you have close games, you can actually do really well even though you lose. And quite often with Maelstrom, I always find the games I lose really badly. So I do very badly on victory points. And then the times I win, it tends to be very narrow. So I do average on victory points. So the overall total is actually quite bad. But yeah, that's the way Maelstrom goes, I guess.
That's just that's just the way the cookie crumbles on that one, my friend. I'll rattle through my games just for the sake of talking about them. So game one, I played against Tabletop Tactics Stig. He had brought the forces of the Custodes. He had some very chunky blocks of infantry and a few bikes. Custodes are, as we all know, exceptionally durable. And even though I had a lot of anti-infantry weaponry, I definitely struggled to get line of sight on him and to essentially press any kind of consolidated aggression. Effectively, what I ended up doing was a much more piecemeal approach, effectively looking for stragglers and then picking them off as and when they kind of broke from the herd. I think had Stig just basically stuck it all together and just rammed it towards me, I definitely would have struggled to have answers. But luckily for me, he really allowed me to kind of herd the prey, as it were. So, there were a couple of moments where I felt a little bit like I had to be quite, not gamey, but I had to make decisions that maybe weren't as fun in order to ensure victory, because at every point of the way, I respected how dangerous those Custodes were. So I effectively had to consistently make decisions that effectively contained and controlled them rather than just allowing myself to run in and ultimately perish at the hands of these custards. So really close game, really good fun. Stig's a really good guy. Really enjoyed spending time with him, playing alongside him, and just getting to know him a little better. Again, he was at the first RFW, chatted to him a bit there. Super lovely dude, and definitely had a great time playing him. But at the end, I managed to score 23 points to his 17. So a good solid win to kick off the day. That is, in terms of RFW, was my 7th game in an RFW with my 7th win. So there you go.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Trying to maintain your streak.
Well, that's it. Still undefeated. And then game 2, I come up against a gentleman called Dom. And I'm looking at Dom's army and I'm like, oh dear. Seems like that undefeated streak's about to come to an end, because Dom had nothing but demon engines. And I didn't have a huge amount of anti-tank in my army. Just two units of 2 Talos. And if you look at my Instagram, you can see the photo of deployment. And basically, Dom won the roll-off and he decided that he wanted to be the attacker, which is totally sensible.
Mm-hmm.
We're a very sparse board. he chooses to be the attacker. He basically, just because of spacing, ends up putting his whole army in a line that stretches pretty much the entire span of the board. So in response to that, I wedge 80 to 90% of my force into the left-hand side. And I basically just work on the logic of, because of how we spread out, me deploying in a corner, condensed, means that there is going to be a lack of optimization in terms of how he can attack me. He essentially now needs to start moving towards me to get, the output that he desires. Certainly from the close combat. Yes, I'm going to get shot, but I can weather that in a turn. And then basically the play was weather what I could in his turn one, and then in my turn one, punch him as hard in the nose as possible so as to kind of disorientate and ultimately enable me to claw back victory. And that's essentially what happened. I was as surprised as he was, but he was definitely surprised because in his previous game, I think throughout the entirety of the game, it took the person that he played against a couple of turns to kill like one Forge Fiend, whereas I miraculously managed to get rid of 4 of them, or rather 1 Forge Fiend, 1 Mauler Fiend, and 2 Venom Crawlers in a turn. I basically, but like I said, what I did was I wedged it all in the corner and I just punched him in the face as hard as I could. I committed Incubi, I committed the Talos. I just basically went all into it and just killed it. In fact, actually, I'm telling you a lie. I didn't kill a Forge Fiend and a Mauler Fiend. I killed a Disco Lord, a Lord Discordant, and a Mauler Fiend. That's what I got rid of. And then
I was going to say he played Toke in the first game, so another Krieg player.
Yeah, yes, he did, didn't he? Yes. Again, really lovely dude. Great game. Was really, really interesting because that tactic of wedging my army in the corner, that comes from years of playing older editions of Warhammer 40,000. It's still a very valid tactic in the game of Horus Heresy. It's just nice to sort of flex that muscle again and be like, oh yeah, I remember. Here's a strategy that I can use to try and, give myself an advantage in these, complex, well, not complex, but compromised situations. So that was fun. And at the end of that game, I won. I foolishly didn't write down exactly how many points I scored, but in turn 1, I got 1, turn 2, I got 5, turn 3, I got 3, turn 4, I got 4, and turn 5, I got 3. So that's 6, 9, 13, 16, and then I got Behind Enemy Lines, First Blood, and Slay the Warlord. So 16 points to Dom's, much less than that. I can't tell you exactly how many. I'm not going to add it all up. And then last game of the weekend, I came up against Aaron, played against Aaron in game 1 of RFW 3. In RFW 3, he was running Elder and I was running Imperial Knights. This time around, I'm running Drakari and he is running Tyranids. And effectively what I decided to do, well, I didn't get the choice. He went, I did get the choice and I decided to go first. Truthfully, the mistake that Aaron made is he saw how I deployed and he kind of spread himself out in a line to try and meet me, but also still try and hold objectives. And this was a mission where I actually really mucked him around more with objective placement. So what I did with my objectives is I saw the spot that was like defensible. And I was literally like, well, I'm going to just load that with the objectives to try and create a situation where he ends up needing to kind of, spread out his forces and hold the back line. And yeah, long story short, I was surprised at the amount of damage my army was doing because he had, this Tyranid army was no joke, mate. It had 2 Norn, which is not easy going. It had 2 Norn, Nerf, the big brain, but all sorts of nasty stuff in it. It was a tasty list. He definitely come to play and come to win, and that list definitely could get it done. But miraculously, I tore it to pieces. I basically tabled him by the end of turn 4. He had a few little odds and sods left, but it was a bit of a bloodbath for him. So I mean, in turn 1 he got 3 points, in turn 2 he got 1 point, and then turn 3, 4, and 5 he got nothing. So I just choked him out basically. Oh, that's not true, actually. Sorry, in turn 4 he got 1 point. So there you go. Poor old Aaron got constricted and strangled by the forces of the Drakari.
The Drakari serpent.
Exactly. So after all of that, Phil, 9 games at RFW, 9 wins, still undefeated.
And how did you place?
I came second, of course, because I always come second at RFW. Because someone inevitably brings something tastier. The guy came first, a guy called Alex, brought quite a decent Death Guard army. I was looking at it. I don't think I could have done much better against it than some of the other opponents, but I think I would have at least been able to utilize my mobility to, prioritize objective securing and dealing with that side of things. So I definitely would have been able to have run rings around him. But I think, based on how he performed, how he played, I think realistically his was the army that was better positioned to win overall. And ultimately he scored more points than I did. So, a well-deserved victory on his part.
Nice.
Hopefully one of these days in the future, I'll get to play him again and we can figure out who the best general really is. But for now, I'm happy that I dodged him.
Cool. He also won, I think it was like the RFW Army Award. It was the one.
Beautiful army, yeah.
Basically, Tom, as the event organizer, gets to pick an army based on like sort of theme, painting, army construction. So he won that award. Nick Goddard won Best Army as voted for by all the players for his Night Lord army, which was really incredible. Tim from the show, from the Christmas quiz, won the Wooden Spoon, and him and me won a joint award for Best Vehicle / Monster. And I think, Toke won Best, was it Best Unit or Best Character? I don't know if there was 2 separate ones, but he won it for his Lord Solar conversion. Nick actually won Best Units, which was for his one of his like little Raptor minis. So who won Best Army then, if it wasn't Nick? Oh, I'm not sure.
Toke definitely won something though.
He won Best Character, I think it was.
There you go. But, again, overall I think it was good. I think the gaming side of things was really good. I think some people definitely bring some tasty stuff. I suppose I can count myself amongst it. But there are definitely it's getting to a point, there's a good consistent crowd that go to those RFW events, and they are they're a fun time, man. And again, I think the painting quality and the recognition of painting is really good. Most of the time when you go to like tournaments, the painting reward is one of those things where you just sort of go, all right, you win it, but it's relatively lackluster. At this, I think, the fact that Tom goes to the extent of trying to extend multiple prizes for multiple different painting categories really speaks to the kind of spirit of the event. I was disappointed that there wasn't a favorite general or favorite player vote, because I always like winning those. So,
well, there was, because you won it at RFW 3, didn't you?
I did, and I probably would have won it this time as well. But
humble.
Nah, to be fair, Katie probably would have won it, wouldn't she? She's an incredibly nice human being that's probably difficult to know.
I mean, she probably would have got my vote. So, that's potentially true.
Exactly. Unless you'd played me, Phil, in which case you would have been like, it's a privilege.
It. Oh, well, yes, of course.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, look, I mean, overall, it was good, man. Like, I think, I always come away from these events really rejuvenated and really excited about the general state of the game. I find them really fun. I think the crowd's really good. I think the games are really good. I think the overall vibe is really good. I think, as I say, it's not going to be for everyone. Definitely those of you out there who prefer your more kind of traditional competitive 40k. I think, there's lots of people out there servicing your needs, but, for those of us who are a little bit more abstract, shall we say, with our 40k, events like this are few and far between. So definitely deserves your consideration and potentially your support. But yeah, well done, Tom. Top job. Had a good time. Thank you for putting in the work. And looking forward to the next one, whether that be a doubles or another singles event maybe next year. Yeah, I'm sure I'll return and continue to try and maintain that undefeated streak.
Oh yeah, you gotta keep going. One day you might win as well. One day. It hasn't happened yet, but it could do. Final thoughts, Phil, or shall I transition us out of here? No, I think you talked about it enough. It was a great event. Enjoyed my games, and it was a good time. So yeah, looking forward to the next one.
Transitional noise. This somewhat breaks the continuity of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast because later on in the podcast, in terms of the podcast continuity, myself and Phil in the outro refer to this salute section and state that in that section we wouldn't have talked about a specific thing. However, in the outro, Phil's not sick, whereas in this bit he is. And that gives the whole game away, basically, that we filmed the outro before we filmed this bit. So apologies for, anyone who's offended by those weird, continuity errors that are crafted. But, have a heart. Poor old Phil's sick, aren't you, Phil?
Well, I mean, exactly. I mean, to be fair, I could have been sick first and then better for the second half. They didn't need to know that we were recording this out of order.
That's true. But I felt compelled to tell them all the same.
I know, and I think I mentioned it in the intro as well.
You did. I'm just kind of, bookmarking this particular recording session by stating at the start of it, or all of the sections within, that you're still sick. Although I didn't make a point of it in the 5-star review segment, but I assume people understand that that's one piece of perpetual continuity.
Of course.
Anyway, it doesn't matter, everybody. Me and Phil went to Salute, which is where we suspect that Phil has gotten sick. Although, to be fair, about 6 days have transpired between us being there and him now being sickly. But, illnesses are strange and confusing things. They have a gestation period, don't they, Phil?
Exactly.
It's a bit of time.
They sneak up on you.
Absolutely. Like trade shows, because me and Phil had no intention of going to Salute. Or rather, Phil might have done, but I wasn't really aware of it. He just put it on our WhatsApp group. He went, anyone want to go to Salute? And I was like, well, I'm actually not doing anything that Saturday. So sure, why not? Let's go to Salute. I hear that's fun. And was it fun, Phil? I suppose that's the opening salvo. Was it a good time?
Yeah, it was really interesting.
Interesting isn't necessarily fun, Phil.
Well, true. Did I have a good time? Yes. Did I basically, there was too much stuff to actually do. The polar opposite, dare I say, of Warhammer Fest last year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, again, the difference, I suppose, with this is that it is very much a trade show or a glorified car boot sale, if I could be so coy. Essentially, lots of different retail outlets and a number of independent game makers, traders, etc., roll up into the Excel, pay whatever the fee is to, plonk themselves on the showroom floor and go about selling their wares, which is a variety of different miniature wargame related things. And all while doing so, giving people access to demo games and, giving people an opportunity to meet with the talent that create this stuff. Again, it's a very informal type of event in the way that it's kind of constructed. It's just a lot of booths featuring, a number of recognizable and talented individuals involved in this, broader tabletop wargaming hobby. So certainly if you were looking to bump into or rub shoulders with some of your favorite influencers or content creators or game makers, painters, rules writers, corporate spokespeople, they were mostly there, weren't they, Phil?
I believe so, yeah. You bumped into Jordan Sorcery, and got a photo with him, which sounded like he would have been quite confused as to why you were doing that.
I'm very good at explaining things, Phil. I don't think he would have been nearly that confused. It was a very clear statement. My co-host wishes that he did this show with you rather than me. I'm taking a photo with you to show him that, a comparison, I suppose. I don't know. At one point, I was thinking of, creating this whole kind of thing of saying to Phil that, ironically, me and Jordan Sorcery have decided to go off and start our own thing. And, I was so charming and so charismatic, as I always am. I mean, Jordan more or less said that to me on the day, Phil. But I said, no, I can't, Jordan. I can't. I'm committed to my Lookout Sir relationship. I shan't abandon my Lookout Sir partner, albeit for a better offer.
That's only too kind. That's only too kind. I would drop you like a hot potato for Jordan. We would have a charismatic podcast where we would both have our cats with us on our laps simultaneously while talking exclusively about Retro Hammer.
I'm not sure about that, Phil. I think, every now and again, I don't think you and someone who's very similar to you would make a great, podcast duo. Sometimes you need a bottom and a top. You can't just have two of whichever one you assert yourself as.
Okay. Which one? Let's not get into that.
Let's not get into that.
So yes, there were influencers there, people there that we knew, and you got to at least say hello to. I was going to say you're being slightly disingenuous that it's just a trade show. It's actually put on by a gaming group.
That's true.
And actually, a lot of gaming groups attend and have tables there. So I would say the majority of the demo tables and sort of, let's say, diorama war game tables are done by sort of non-corporate entities, for want of a better word, from local gaming clubs. They put on these great tables that you can have games in. But yeah, there are definitely also demo tables for games that they are selling, which, we had a go at in one of them.
Yeah, I think on the whole, there's a lot there for sure. And I think it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I did my little Insta post of it and I was like, hey, I went to Salute. It was fine. And it was fine. It was, a perfectly good occasion. I think my mistake probably wasn't really rolling into it with the kind of attitude or approach of just kind of putting myself out there and trying to get engaged more. Because I think this is the first time we've ever been to Salute. It's one of the few times I've been to, a tabletop gaming kind of event of its kind. Everything I've gone to historically has just been GW, or it has been broader board games or sort of nerd conventions that incorporate a number of different elements. And ultimately, being in a scenario where it is exclusively tabletop gaming, I think I definitely found myself in the beginnings really looking at it more as a kind of retail venture. So I really started out just going around the stores and looking at different things. And then probably around, midway through our kind of time there was when we were like, oh, let's actually try sampling some games and getting our hands on with some stuff. And I think, if I'm honest, if we were going to do Salute again next year, I think I'd probably try and research the types of people that are attending. And I think I would plan to, prioritize my time between, early retail experiences, because it feels like all the best stuff can get snapped up quite soon, although stock levels were pretty robust. But yeah, I feel like you got to get in there, kind of give yourself a few hours to really kind of focus on the retail element. And then I think you owe it to yourself to then really dive into, more of the gaming part of it. And again, it's been a long time since I've been to one of these shows where I've not been there to play a tournament. So, when I've done the Warhammer Fests or, those events, it's very much a case of do the tournament and then in the time in between wander around and try and see what's going on. So yeah, I think it's just maybe it requires a bit more of a adjustment in planning on my part in terms of how I tackle it to get the best out of it. But yeah, it was fine. It was good. good times, I'd say.
Yeah. No, I think that pretty much sums it up. Yeah, you've definitely got to get stuck in. We did a fair bit of just ambling around and not getting lost, but we definitely missed out on loads of stuff. So Wargames Illustrated on their YouTube channel, they've released part 1 of a sort of little tour of Salute and the sort of stalls and games that they came across. And there's a bunch of stuff there that I'm like, oh God, I completely missed that. And admittedly, we got there for sort of early afternoon, so around 1. So we missed the morning. So yeah, I'd definitely like to go again for a bit more of a full day experience, in future to see what it's like. And yeah, you do need to sort of get stuck in and, you can wander around through the sort of spacious aisles and sort of visually just see lots of crowds and people, but you kind of need to approach the stalls and tables and maybe make eye contact with people that are on the other side, desperate to sell you something, and sort of give them a polite hello if you want to actually see what's going on. And, someone might ask you for a demo game of something and you have to politely say yes or no. Like, that's the awkward social interactions of these kind of events that have to happen.
It is an interesting thing, isn't it, when you've got a room full of introverts trying to essentially, create a bit of a sort of extrovert element to it. Now, I, without wanting to sound ridiculous, I'm definitely on the extrovert side of the scale.
Dan? Who knew?
Who knew? And I find sometimes as well that actually works to my detriment in these situations, because I think I'm almost intimidating in these scenarios because I'm actually surprisingly up for chatting about or doing stuff, and I think people find that almost more scary than the people that are also kind of begrudgingly attempting to communicate with others. But irrespective of that, yeah, I think we definitely ambled about a lot, and I think we definitely want to tackle that with more of a game plan in future instances. But I'll genuinely go back. I can't really assert why it is I've never been. I think it always just clashed with something. I think it always was like, oh, Salute's coming up, and it's like, oh, well, I'm at this event or I'm doing this weekend. It's like, that particular kind of April timeline is quite a busy time of year a lot of the time. So it's like, I don't know, it's rare that I found myself in the past with that weekend free to go to Salute specifically. Because I don't think I wouldn't have gone had I not had the opportunity. But then equally, I suppose maybe it's because I've moved house and I'm a bit closer to, London in general. And I don't know, it just was sort of like, it's all right, I'll get in the car and drive there. And it was super easy and the whole thing was fine. Whereas you obviously had to trek down from Oxford. So it was a bit of a slog for you. As was evident by your odour. My goodness, Phil, you were you ran.
Well, I did physically run 2 places to make sure I caught my coach and stuff like that. It was a hot day as well. It was a hot day.
It was a hot day. It was a hot day.
Yeah,
I don't want to sort of throw shade at you, Phil. I mean, it was just that thing. I just remember that vividly getting there, being like, I thought it was me at first. I was like, oh God, what have I done? It's like, oh no, it's Phil. Okay, that's fine. To be fair though, you're on one of the places on Earth where that's totally fine, right? Because I mean, you were far from the worst one there.
No, I did dig out the deodorant that I happened to have on me, which was convenient. Yeah, I mean, it was a good event. I tried to go the year before, but I had another thing on. But it does seem to be one of those things where
Warhammer Fest last year.
No, not last year. It was I think it was a few weeks either side, because Warhammer Fest was around this time of year.
I seem to remember, I think I was in South Africa or something when that was going on.
Yeah, I was sort of down in Southampton that weekend.
Yes.
Because I knew that's why I missed it. But I've always wanted to do it. Because part of me's always liked the idea of attending as a trader, because obviously I've got my on the tabletop shop. But obviously I've got a very limited sort of selection of stuff. But I know of other people that are of a similar-ish scale, but probably have more stuff that attend in as a trader capacity. So I sort of always wanted to just check it out, see what it was like, see if it'd be a worthwhile thing to actually do. I met one of the 2 that I knew of while I was there and had a good chat with one of them about it. So that was quite interesting and relatively positive in terms of if I should try and pitch a tent next year.
I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. I think you should do, mate. I don't know what the sort of prices are associated with exhibiting an event like that, but I suppose it's a relatively easy profit and loss thing to kind of figure out. I guess the only thing is you need to figure out what the stock situation is, and it would probably take you a good amount of time to stockpile what you need to reach your potential, I guess.
Well, quite likely, because I've been to XL Centre as a stallholder before for comics expos years and years ago, and you almost pretty much, as an independent comic artist, you pretty much broke even at best, but it was mostly a social and a laugh with your other kind of illustrator friends. Obviously, I guess prices will be dependent on the organisers, so who knows how much this one would be, but definitely something to research for next year. I think it was also just very inspiring seeing a lot of the sort of startup tabletop war game stuff happening there, making me go like, oh, we could do this, Dan. We could come up with something.
We totally could, mate. I think we could make a fabulous little game, but I think the question always comes back to prioritizing time and putting it together. You've come up with some really interesting concepts, and I've said some words, and I think there's a potential there, man. I just think it just comes down to figuring out what we want to prioritize and whether we can make that happen. But I think definitely in the initial instance, mate, like you getting down there and doing a bit with your stuff is quite cool. I guess, I mean, again, there's a lot of actually quite good interviews with the organisers of Salute on the tabletop YouTube channel. You ever watch those guys, formerly Beasts of War? They've got quite a few. They're quite old interviews now with the creators of it, but there's definitely a time where the Beasts of War / on the tabletop crew would go there, big, and they would build like 3-4, they build like a day's worth of blog posts and content about it. And part of that usually was interviews with the guys who ran it, and they were very sort of transparent about the costs associated with hiring the Excel, etc. But it's fair to say, like, I think everyone who went there was very much up for spending money on stuff that they love, and I think it's a really rejuvenating thing to go to a place like that and see other types of hobby and other types of things. I mean, the boards, I suppose, was probably one of the things that really stood out to me. I mean, there's some really gorgeous gaming tables on display. I mean, that was really cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was some really cool ones. Obviously, there was no official Games Workshop presence there, but there were people selling and playing Games Workshop games. One of the first board tables that I came across was people playing, I guess, Epic 40k, but on a really nice Legions Imperialis Adeptus Titanicus table with the old, I think it was the actual tiles, like the Forge World tiles, and then all the current plastic terrain. And it was, I guess it was sort of Space Marines and Titans versus Tyranids with the Hierophants and stuff like that, which I think were all 3D prints for that side. And I guess they were either using an older Epic system. I didn't actually ask. But that was really cool to see. And similarly, there was I want to say it's the Titan Walk. It's basically the Titan Owners Club do a massive game of Adeptus Titanicus with the Forge World 40k scale Titans on a massive floor, basically. That was quite impressive to see as well.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, no, I think that's the thing. I think when you compare to things like Warhammer Fest, for example, it was really nice to see that kind of breadth of different stuff going on and people trying to, showcase and bring lots of, different opportunities for people to get stuck in and play. I think it intrigues me that Salute doesn't have any type of gaming component to it, but I think the problem is with the Excel is I would assert that the amount of space that a gaming table takes up the profitability, or rather the kind of return on investment for that would probably just not be worth it. It'd be like, oh, we can open up this part of the Excel to you and put some gaming tables in, but that footprint is like, X many, £1,000 a day. And it's like, wow, that becomes a very expensive tournament to run. Although I will say this, Phil, it is baffling, isn't it, when you walk into the Excel to go into the show, and the reception area, or the thing that you walk through to go in, is just a massive empty hall, which is just weird, isn't it? It's like, oh, here we go. And you just walk into this vast emptiness, and you're like, oh,
yes.
okay.
Well, I think in the morning there's a proper queue, so that bit would have all been full. But as you say, that bit's not particularly being well utilised. I suspect it's more to do with the logistics of running a tournament and the amount of people and volunteers that you would need to run and manage that aspect of it. Part of me kind of likes that it isn't, because it's like the focus isn't about playing in the tournament and getting your ITC points or whatever it is. It's more the hobby aspect that also involves gaming, but it's basically experimenting with new games. It's seeing what's new that's out there, not just playing the games that you already play anyway. So I sort of like that aspect of it for sure.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, in terms of games that we got around to trying, noting that we didn't really do too well on trials, we essentially did 1.5 effectively, which was Star Wars Legion was the game we definitely played, and then there was some Wild Westy sort of Cowboys game that we watched being played. Dead Man's Hand?
Dead Man's Hand Redux, which is a sort of a second edition, for a better word.
Look really good though.
Oh yeah.
Really
the reason why it appeals to me is I really love the old Legends of the Old West, a game which is a Warhammer historical game that came out, I think, in the early noughties, using the Battle for Middle Earth system, I believe. It's really good, looks really cool. It's basically cowboys versus Indians or gangs. It's mostly gangs versus sheriffs type vibe, but there's all sorts of expansions for it. This is just like a modern equivalent of that, but a really well supported model range, scenery range. Like they've got all new plastic buildings, plastic war bands. In fact, on the Warlord Games, War Games Illustrated, that's it, their YouTube channel, because they do loads of great videos. They have an interview with the guy, and they're basically the inspiration and layout of the sprues for the war bands, for want of a better word, is Mordheim. So basically you got head, bodies, arms, legs, so you can sort of make slightly more modular people and sort of old school style posing, rather than sort of the more modern GW style where it's sort of single pose miniatures. So obviously they take a lot of influence from those kind of aspects. But yeah, the setting I think is really cool. The gameplay looks really fun. So it's definitely a game I could be tempted to get. And I think it was like 90 quid, you get 2 or 3 buildings. I want to say 3 buildings plus 2 war bands. And the actual, core rules and stuff like that. So it actually looked pretty good value for money. And that could be just a very standalone game in and of itself. You don't need to go down the rabbit hole of buying loads of other stuff unless you really wanted to.
I mean, we did nearly buy it. It just never quite. It was one of those, wasn't it? There was a certain amount of resilience to it. Even though I think we both agreed that we really liked the look of it. I actually kind of regret not picking it up there and then, because it did seem like a super fun game. Mm-hmm. It's got that card mechanic that I quite like. So they use like a deck of cards, so like face cards. I can't remember what the face cards did, but they did like a priority order based on what you drew.
It was your initiative for your models. Yes. But I think you can also use them or there are other cards for actions and events and stuff, and it might be that it's the same deck, but you use them in different scenarios for different things. So part of the deck is used for the initiative order of your miniatures, but then you also have a hand of cards that you use to effectively do actions and reactions to your opponent, which looks really cool.
Indeed. And yeah, beautiful minis, really cool terrain setup. I mean, yeah, something that you could definitely build in a nice little kind of board for and play in a more kind of casual manner, which is always really nice. I think that's definitely one of the things that you see with a lot of these other kind of game systems. I think a lot more people are very comfortable with that skirmish size and create games that are a lot more kind of accessible based on that. They've got depth and interesting gameplay within them, but they're not mass battle games, so they're a lot more, streamlined in that sense.
Yeah, I think the demo table for that was on a 2x2, so really small size, had some sort of forms of elevation by the fact that you've got your buildings and you've got your boardwalks outside, and the idea that you can climb on top of the rooftops and jump across them and stuff, sort of wartime-esque, I guess, in that respect. So yeah, all sounded pretty good. There's, rules for your guys on horseback, and miniatures are coming out for that later on. So yeah, it's got lots of some really cool possibilities.
Indeed. But yeah, so that was one thing that we tried out, or sort of tried out. We took a look at, spent a while watching some people playing it, talking very broadly with the guy doing the demos. And then we found ourselves playing Star Wars Legion. So we head over to one of the gaming store booths. So it was run by a local gaming store. I can't remember the name of the store, and I cannot remember where they were based. They had to be a pamphlet at the time, and I've since lost it. Phil, can you remember?
No, I had their receipt and I checked out their website, which was literally just a holding page saying a website's coming soon. It was something like Midland Games. It began with an M of some kind, but I can't honestly remember what it was. But yeah, they were doing some good discounts on Legion and other games. And they were like, well, if you, cause we were looking at it because I've got one Legion mini already. I've spoken to Tim, friend of the show, about Star Wars Legion because he always had an interest in it. And I quite like Star Wars. So yeah, I'm keen on playing Star Wars Legion. So I was just looking at some of the minis to see what they had that was like a bit of a bargain. And a guy came up to us and was like, well, why don't you give it a go? And they had some demo tables. So we had a choice between classic Star Wars, as in, the original trilogy, and then we had the Clone Wars option with, robots versus clones.
Indeed. I think that guy's name was it Dom something? Not Dominic. Something like that, was it?
Yeah, I can't remember, to be honest.
Dorian, Dominic, some sort of D. Anyway, yeah.
Chap.
He was a really nice guy. Very much appreciated him taking the time to show us the game. I think he also appreciated our enthusiasm as well, didn't he, Phil?
He did say we were the most sort of excitable bunch of players that he would seen. But maybe that was just you smashing me and laughing at my face, basically, that he enjoyed.
Wow, indeed. I am very good at rolling numbers.
Oh, I mean, yes, it was a bit ridiculous. So we had a demo game. We played maybe 3 turns. Basically, Dan, so the dice mechanics is very different. They use D8s and D6s. Most of the dice only have 1 or 2 like hits on them. There's critical hits and hits. Most of the faces are blanks. There's 3 sets of coloured dice, white, black and red. They progressively get better, so they have more hits on them, basically, or defends, depending on if you're on defense dice or not. Dan basically just rolls nothing but hits constantly, even if he's only got like a 1 or 2 in 6 chance of actually rolling it. And I was pretty much rolling blanks. I think I was probably rolling either average or just below average, but you were just rolling ridiculously well. It was just so unfair.
And I was being very reassuringly cocky about it as well, wasn't I? Which was always really valuable.
Yes, I mean, there is nothing more unsportsmanly than basically negging me as I'm about to roll some dice and be like, "They're going to be all misses, Phil," and then I roll them and they're all misses, and you'll be like, "Watch this, Phil. They're all going to be hits," and they are. And I'm like, "Thanks, Dan."
Well, mate, at the end of the day...
Take that best sportsmanship trophy that you got. Knight of the Inner Circle. Take it away and put it in the bin. You don't deserve it anymore.
Mate, I'm very different playing games with my friends to playing games with...
That's true.
With true. I just think, truth is I'm pretty similar. But anyway, it was super fun. But anyway, we played clones, didn't we? We did, because, again... The guy was like, "Oh, do you want to play proper Star Wars or do you want to play clones?" And I was like, "Yeah, clones." And they were like, "All right, well, what do you want to be? Do you want to be these droids or do you want to be the clones?" I was like, "Yeah, I love droids." And he was like, "Okay, this is very odd. Like, no one is supposed to like the droids nor want to play."
I quite like the droids myself.
I quite like the droids. Yeah. I now have a droid army, so I gotta, gotta get aboard. I bought them. I bought in. Legion's it's one of those ones where I've heard a lot of good things about it over the years. I tell you what the thing is with it is like, I genuinely think one of the great things about how Star Wars Legions has written its rules, but also how it works as a system, is it's really nice and clear what everything does. Like, there's a bit of reading, a bit of learning, and some of the stuff is a little bit, but the way they've kind of built it is so, like, easy. And one of the things I will say is I had a friend once who contacted me because he was getting into playing Warhammer 40,000 during 9th edition. And he was saying to me, he says, "Dan, how does this work in 9th edition 40k?" And I was like, "Oh, it's this." It was something to do with like shooting or whatever, wound allocating, interacting with scenery, this kind of stuff. I go, "Oh, it works like this." And he goes, "Okay, but why doesn't it say that anywhere?" And I was like, "Well, there's a lot of people who, have played for a number of years, and there is these sort of broad assertions on how certain things resolve because a kind of cumulative effect happens." Like, for example, Phil, fun little nugget. Do you know something that isn't true in Warhammer 40,000 10th edition?
What's that?
If you have to deploy your reserves turn free or they die. That's not a rule in 10th edition as far as I can tell.
No, it is, but I believe it's only stipulated in the Leviathan deck rules, which is also where it has the rules about you can't come on turn 1.
Oh, there you go. Well, anyway, so based on that, Phil, complicated, isn't it? Legion, much more straightforward, and again, really, really interesting with the way that it played. Had a lot of fun with it. I thought the man whose name begins with a D was a gentleman and a scholar, and the overall experience was very positive. So much so that I was like, "Oh, well, whatever, go on then. Let's buy in." Although I had a little bit of restraint because I had to wait till I chatted to Tim to figure out if he wanted to do clones or not, because I was going to buy the starter box set, which has clones and droids in it, but I don't really want the clones. So, yeah, Tim has... valiantly accepted the clones. He's giving them a home, and I will be taking on the droids, at least as a kind of starter set. So very excited about that. That'll be a fun game to throw into the mix and play in a more casual sense. I think it was super fun. Again, just sort of clean, nice, fun, simple system. What were you going to say, buddy?
I was going to say, so on the day I actually picked up a box set of Inferno Squadron, which are the miniatures from Battleground? Yeah, Battleground 2. That Star Wars game.
Fine, yes.
So basically they're kind of like TIE pilots, but sort of like elite espionage people as well. Very cool. I really like them. So I picked them up to go with my Moff Gideon mini that I've already got. I'm probably eyeing up some Dark Troopers because I loved Dark Forces, so it was great to see them come back in the form of actual things in the current canon in Mandalorian. So they're cool minis. I'll probably pick them up as part of my army at some point as a bit of elite Imperial force. But yeah, it's a really cool game. I really like that everything has sort of effectively like battle scrolls, war scroll cards, data slate cards. Everything's got cool cards with them. All the upgrades are cards as well. So I guess your table will have a lot of cards on them with everything sort of laid out in front of you. There's lots of kind of cool tokens, lots of cool dice. It's a really interesting game, I think, and it'll be good to get stuck into it. I mean, I'm sure you can play it very competitively if you really want, but I'm hoping that we won't.
Yeah, indeed. I think it will be one of those ones where it's just a bit cash in it. And I doubt that I'll go too far with it. But it's just fun to have it and to, try it out. I might actually pick up a copy of Dead Man's Hand Redux as well. I think next time I'm down the friendly local hobby store, if they've got a copy of it, I'll probably pick it up. I'm observing online that most people are selling it for about £80. So that seems like a very fair price for what I was seeing there. So yeah, I might well pick that up should the occasion come.
Well, definitely be up for playing that sometime.
Mate, I'll tell you the other one I really want to do as well. I really want to do Bolt Action. That looks so fun. And they've just announced, haven't they? They're going to finally do a new edition of it.
Bolt Action 3's been announced for September, I believe. I mean, part of me would love to do Bolt Action. I picked up the core rule book and an army book and a campaign book for second edition. I think second edition read very well in terms of how it plays. Quite happily just play second edition, to be honest, because I've got some of the books for it and one single miniature. But it'd be great to see what they're actually going to do for third edition, how much it's streamlined. Doesn't sound like they're making big sweeping changes. They've said all the tokens, so you get like things like pinning, you get blast markers, you get dice to draw your effectively activations for your units. That all happens, and that's still happening. So they're not making fundamental changes to the game, and it's those sorts of elements to the game that I actually really like, because it does make it play quite different to 40k, albeit designed by people like Alessio Cavatori and I think Rick Priestley, but mostly Alessio, I believe. So it has very similar elements to older editions of 40k. Things like armor penetration, things like that from 7th edition. So they're definitely familiar feels to it, and I really like the setting. Really like a lot of the miniatures. They're not necessarily Games Workshop quality in terms of the plastic stuff or a lot of the vehicles, because a lot of the vehicles are still resin and metals. But I think the detail's there, and it's got a lot of kind of cross compatibility with other brands as well. You don't have to just get the Warlord Games miniatures if you don't want to. There's loads of other sort of third party providers, like Perry Miniatures, people like that do a pretty similar scale. So you can mix and match your units and vehicles, especially vehicles. I think people tend to look elsewhere.
No, it does look fun. It's just a cool game. They say there's when a man reaches a certain vintage, they can go one of two directions. They can either become obsessed with military history, or they can become obsessed with smoking meats. I've very much gone down the smoking meat, evolution. Whereas I suppose you're more in the military history.
100% military history. Yeah, that's my category. Come over to the dark side, Dan. It's, the food doesn't taste as nice, but the games are more fun.
Mate, I'm so excited. I'm eyeing up. I'm eyeing up like barbecues at the moment. I'm finally gonna get something sorted out. It's gonna be great, man. I'm debating. I mean, this is a big flex if I do this. I'm debating whether I go crazy and buy a big green egg.
Is that the pizza ovens?
No. They're like unnecessarily expensive barbecues. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can't play Bolt Action on that. So
I could do.
It just all melts. You got to.
Obviously, I wouldn't ignite the coals in that situation, Phil. I'd just play it upon the expertly crafted services of the Rolls Royce of barbecuing. Anyway, look, we're going off on a tangent. Salute was fun. Hopefully get to do it again sometime soon. Definitely worth checking out. Well done to the organisers, and obviously good show from all of the people exhibiting. Hopefully next time, if we do it again, we'll be better prepared and also take the time to inform people that we're going to be there so as to maybe do like a meetup or something. That's the thing that everyone else seemed to be doing. All the other influencers were smart and told people about their arrival and, got people coming over and shaking their hands and saying, "Ooh, I love you," etc.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Indeed. As long as they're not looking to kidnap us, I suppose.
That's true. And maybe next year I won't get horribly ill afterwards.
No, that's not true, Phil. With your terrible immune system, there's no chance.
I know, it's just inevitable.
Inevitable. Much like a transitional noise. So despite of many people suggesting to me that I might have rose-tinted glasses when it comes to the game of Warhammer 40,000 5th edition, me and Phil actually got together and played 5th edition following RFW. So after the day after RFW, Toke flew home. God bless him. Had to drop him off at the airport at like 2 a.m. That was a whole crazy thing, wasn't it, Phil?
It was indeed, but we are or more you, should I say, is becoming a hotel for fans of the show.
Well, that's it. I'm becoming a strange arrangement for that side of things. But yeah, we dropped Toke off at like 2:30ish. I stayed up and finished watching WrestleMania. That was fun.
Madman that you were.
Exactly. So I was up till like 4:30 a.m. And then when I woke up in the morning, Phil was still dwelling in my abode, and I was like, "Come on then, Phil, let's play 5th edition." And he's like, "I don't have any of my difficult degree rules." And I said, "Don't worry, here's the Imperial Guard Codex. Just take Rough Riders," which, to be fair, was probably not a great decision because it turns out in 5th edition, Rough Riders aren't very good. But other than that minor, foible, myself and Phil had a game of 5th, and I will preface this from the outset by saying that people accuse me of having rose-tinted glasses about 5th edition. Phil had played 6th and 7th edition Warhammer 40,000. He had not played 5th edition before. How did you find the experience, Phil?
It was a nostalgia trip of 6th and 7th edition, if I'm honest. Most of the rules were the same. I think combat was the only thing that was wildly different, and the vehicles don't have hull points. So there were some differences. But ultimately it had the same...
Overwatch as well. That was quite a big difference.
Yeah. So yeah, there were differences, but it had the same vibes, is what I would say. It hit the nostalgia button. It was well pressed. I enjoyed it. I think there were some elements that I maybe prefer 6th and 7th of in terms of rules. But overall it was pretty good for the one game that we had. The one thing I think I liked the most, actually there were several, but I think the thing I liked the most was the size of the armies. Admittedly, we just did 1,000 points, using the 1,750, armies that we had to hand that we took to RFW. We made 1,000 point lists on pen and paper, which was very easy to do. And because originally I was like, right, get Battlescribe up. Does Battlescribe support 5th edition? Turns out it doesn't. And I was like, oh God, don't really want to do this. Don't make me do it, Dan. But actually pen and paper took no time at all. Which sort of surprised me. But yeah, the size of the armies that we got was interesting because, my 1,000 points of Krieg basically ended up being the equivalent of 600 points of 10th Ed Guard, which was shocking that it's basically doubled in size, but I'm also not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively evident that Games Workshop have consistently made the modern game bigger and bigger and bigger in terms of model count, while also reducing board size, which is a really interesting design decision on their part. And I know, obviously, many of our long-time listeners will be sick to death of hearing me say that, so I won't go down that rabbit hole again. But yeah, it's interesting because, like, going back and playing that game, and again, for people who play Horus Heresy, this won't be dramatically different to you players as well. It's really interesting playing a game that is that sort of stripped back and is so kind of almost bare bones versus what we have today. And it's also really interesting playing a game where every model in that game is abiding by rules, like it's shared rules and shared situations. Like, there are special rules and there are things that do things, but everything seems quite constrained and everything seems to kind of make sense within that. And although I think a lot of people have always said about 6th, 7th edition, 5th edition, Horus Heresy, Old World, that these rule sets are complicated to get your head around because they're vast tomes with lots and lots of words describing gameplay and how gameplay basically happens and interactions occur. That level of depth within the core rule set creates a lot more of a kind of like streamlined experience when you kind of understand what's going on with it. And I think the thing that was really immediately apparent to me playing it again for the first time in a while was how I had to make decisions as a general. I wasn't just able to do everything I wanted all of the time. I had to make decisions. And there were all of these kind of like mechanics in play that were punishing me constantly. So, Phil would shoot me with an ordnance weapon. Well, first of all, he'd open fire with an ordnance weapon that was strength 10 that hits my raider that's armor value 10 all round. It's an open top vehicle. Unless Phil rolls a 1 on his on the damage table, or rather, I think, as you know, unless he rolls like a 2 or something, I literally am blowing up in that situation, right? As long as Phil can hit me, I'm a goner. And then after being made a goner, I then have to take a leadership test. And if I fail that leadership test, I'm running away. And then because he'll shoot me again with another ordnance weapon, I'll take a pinnings test. And if I fail that, I hit the ground. And if I hit the ground, I don't move very fast. And it's like, I don't know, it's just interesting having system mechanics and gameplay that really kind of evokes a lot of those really interesting thematical moments. I genuinely really immediately felt that when playing the game. I was like, it's so lovely to play a game where, I am the general of this army and I can make tactical decisions, but the gameplay mechanics operate in such a way as to constantly be presenting me with new problems that I need to solve rather than just everything in my army behaving exactly as it needs to all of the time. Was
true.
Was
yeah, I do like some of those elements, like you can't split fire, for example. And the thing if you want to charge at something, you can't shoot at something else. You have to shoot at the thing you want to charge, because that's like the thing you're focused on. So you are limited in terms of like how much you can kill on the tabletop, despite there being a lot less terrain. But then terrain and armor saves, cover saves work completely differently. In comparison to like the modern day edition. The other thing I also really enjoyed was the list building aspect of it, because pretty much everything you can upgrade stuff with war gear and equipment. Everything has points associated with it, so the cost of the unit can ramp up quite drastically. You can give things crack grenade, frag grenade. These all have, in-game impact. You can, for your vehicles, you can give them like camo nets or extra armor, tank tracks, really cool, like thematic elements, but also modeling options or opportunities, on your models when you're building your army, for the first time. There's some like really thematic, like interesting elements. Like you had on your Archon was it a displacer field? I want to say
that was a clone field.
A clone field, yeah. So, and it's like the start of combat, you roll a D3, and that is how many clones appear that I am basically fighting against, and you can allocate whenever I'm attacking you, which of the hits that I've done actually hit one of those clones instead, which is very cool. And I guess there are sort of similar mechanics maybe in 40k currently that basically negate a hit, turn damage to, a damage 0, for example. But the way it's written just feels so much more flavoursome. Like there's real flavour and theme to it. And it might just be in the current day edition, there's a tiny bit of flavour text, but everyone ignores it. And, maybe it's just not embracing it. Whereas we were looking at this on fresh eyes. So we were reading out all that flavour text and really getting excited about it. But I sort of like that customization within your army. For example, stormtroopers, which are basically Kazakins, right? Or Scions, one of the two. You could take them in 3 different flavors that gave them extra abilities, whether I wanted them to be able to infiltrate or deep strike, for example, because they're starting on the board behind enemy lines and things like that. And that was really cool. I like those sort of choices, whereas now I guess you would just have that as an ability baked in, and that's the one thing that it could do. So I like the choices and options that edition gave you. And to me, a lot of it comes down to giving me modeling opportunities, or painting opportunities as well when I'm building my army. And that was the thing I really enjoyed.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's strange to suggest that a game that still has those kind of 1 HQ, 2 troop choices would give you that much flexibility, but it really does. And I think that's the thing that I really valued about the 5th edition books and the 4th edition books as well, because I think they really got to a point where what happened across the span of 4th and then 5th edition is they started to get to a point where, because they understood the system and they understood the types of archetypes they were trying to achieve, they were able to be generous with how they distributed rules towards what could become troops. So in the case of Guard, they understood that, there are restrictions to how you could build these Guard armies, but they also had a really clear idea from a design perspective of what a Guard army needed to be. And essentially the way they diagram it out in the Codex is there is a central command infrastructure, which could be like a Lord Commissar accompanying a company commander, and that company commander, that overarching kind of HQ entity could sit within its own command platoon, its own command squad. And then bleeding down off of that, cascading down from there, they would then issue commands to other substructures of command. So you would basically then start to issue commands to platoon commanders who would have under their jurisdiction multiple squads of guardsmen, from heavy weapons teams to regular infantry units. And these elements would all kind of come together in this really interesting force org that basically meant that you could do this really regimented, really kind of army-esque army, which had all of the command infrastructures, and you have your voxes and you'd have all your gear to be able to ensure that you've got this really comprehensive comms network. And, that would be like a really, really awesome expression of that kind of army. But equally, maybe that's not what you want to go for. Maybe you want to do like a penal legion situation where you want to just get loads of conscripts. So you just go, okay, I'm not going to do the command infrastructure. I'm going to basically go with a bunch of ex-criminals or current criminals, out on good behavior. Or I'm going to go super elite and lean into lots of, veterans and all this sort of stuff. And it really, even though there were these restrictions in play, the designers of that game understood so instinctively how the game was being played that they were able to come up with creative solutions. And that was not just shown in Guard, it was shown in everything. So in like the 5th edition Blood Angel book, it was the only Space Marine army that allowed you to take Assault Marines as troop choices. If you were to take Elder, which admittedly was a 4th edition book, jet bikes had become troops. So if you wanted to do you wanted to do a Wild Rider army, Samham Wild Riders, you could basically take the jet bikes as troops. If you wanted to do a Swordwind, which is the Baltan Aspect Warrior army, Dire Avengers were troops. If you wanted to do a Ghost Warrior Iandan army, if you took 10 Wraith Guard in a squad, they became troops. So they did all these clever things with the way that they built the codexes to account for the way the game was being played. And it just felt like there was this really good symbiosis between the rules designers, the model manufacturers, every part of that team just seemed to be dialed into building this stuff together. And and I think that's really comes through when you start building lists in the game. You're just like, there's so much flavor and there's so much cool stuff I can do. And I mean, even just going back to a situation where you have a vehicle and you've got like 8 or so different war gear options that you can give it that have loads of different effects. It's quite incredible, really, to go back and muck around with that kind of approach to army building. I genuinely really enjoyed it.
Because I've been speaking to a couple of people lately, and they sort of do feel the theme and narrative elements of the Guard sort of index isn't really there anymore because they've moved away from rules around your specific regiments to just do whatever you want with your paint scheme because you're picking a detachment, which does give you themes, but it's not as instinctual as your Catachans get +1 strength because they're tough, muscular dudes and dudettes, or your Krieg are sort of die-hard killers, so they've got +1 weapon skill. It's now I'm just picking a sort of generic archetype of how to run my army. So there's a bit of a disconnect between I want a specific type of army, and these are the rules that you have to take with it, versus the freedom of choice, in a way, while great for many people, does lead to this issue where if you want to lean into a narrative and a theme, it's you need to know what that narrative and theme is inherently. If you are a new player and you're like, well, I want to be Catachan, so therefore which of these detachments would I choose to theme up my army? You need to sort of know that, or maybe read the descriptions to work out what would fit best. And I guess, you get an enhancement or a couple of enhancements for your army, and that's it. Whereas before, it's every character can get upgrades, every squad can get upgrades, and they're all points costed, which does make it a bit more balanced and granular. And as we said in the last episode, crunchy. And I think, if you like the crunch, then those older editions are for you. And I guess we kind of grew up on those editions, so we like the crunch.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that was most inspiring for me was the conversations you and I were having following the game. Because I felt like, and maybe I'm wrong about this, and please tell me if I am, but I felt like it had ignited a bit of a spark of enthusiasm in you for Krieg again, because you actually all of a sudden, because again, the Krieg army was created during 5th edition, and the game was played very differently back then. And I think the way that Guard work in the context of 5th edition is so flavoursome for how that army works, and the types of units you've got access to, the types of builds you can do, the types of things you can create. I think there's just so much more kind of exciting opportunities with that, in terms of like, I could take this type of tank and it has this advantage. I could take this type of tank and it does this. It's not just... Because this is my problem with a lot of the time now with Guard in the context of 10th edition is really the differences between Imperial Guard, or Astra Militarum as we're calling them today, the difference between Astra Militarum, Leagues of Votan, Genestealer Cult, Adeptus Mechanicus, like what really is the difference between these armies, these, humanoid, numerous armies? Like, okay, fine. Leagues of Votan are a little tougher, or quite a bit tougher than your average Guard army. Mechanicus, a bit more shenanigansy, I suppose, and the GSC are a little bit more devious or whatever. But fundamentally, it's just blocks of infantry moving around, standing on objectives and using their numeracy to just kind of overwhelm you and constantly pressure those objectives. So, like the way the game is played today, that's really what Guard are. Like, they've got a bunch of artillery, but really they're just a bunch of infantry running around going, I'm on an objective, whee! And that doesn't really feel relevant in the game, in the game of old, because you actually could build armies with really fun themed archetypes. You could do like a dropship army that was all deploying in Valkyries and coming in. I mean, not all of them because there's restrictions, but you could have that element thrown in. You could have like an aircraft part of your army that supports you with drop troopers. You could have a gun line and build up a fortified base of operations. You could have a more elite, more skirmish based army. Like, you could do a lot more innately with the themes of it, and it felt like the game really allowed you to do that. Whereas these days, it just sort of feels like the game has become so kind of, streamlined. It's one thing that you have to kind of prioritize.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily sure it is that. It's like but I feel like you do have to clutch at straws a bit to get that theming. So I took for RFW some grenadiers that I was taking as like my elite force, but I have to run them as scions, right? I have to run them as something to represent them because they don't inherently have their own rules. And a couple of times I was like, okay, this weapon has to represent something else. Whereas back in 5th, 6th, 7th, whatever my Kriegsmen looked like, they had rules to represent them 100% on the tabletop. I didn't have to proxy them as a different unit. My thud guns were thud guns. I didn't have to say, well, they're now field ordnance batteries, because that was the closest approximation to them. So I guess that's sort of why my enthusiasm for Guard came back, because I've got plenty of units that I've still not ever got around to building. I've got some like little centaurs, which I could only weirdly, ironically, get once they moved them across to Legends, because then people started to sell them, because once it was in Legends, for most people, they were worthless. So, I mean, they weren't, because I had to still buy them for a pretty penny, but people were actually selling them at that point, like legit ones, not just the recasts that you see on eBay everywhere. So, but now I can go like, well, actually, if I want to run them as centaurs, I can do in 5th edition. They've actually, they've got transport capacity. I could find some utility out of them. Whereas if I was to build and paint that unit up now, it only has rules in Legends, which isn't particularly well supported. And so I could do that. I guess I could run it as like a scout sentinel. It's not doing what it's kind of actually meant to be in terms of a transport capacity, but in terms of something that has a similar footprint and has some shooting and is, open topped like a scout sentinel, I guess it's sort of comparable. So you're clutching at straws basically, but you can do that in the current edition to try and find those narrative themes. Whereas it feels like in older editions, there's just so much, as you said, so much more theme and flavor built into the very foundations of the rules, because there's almost so much rules. And in part, that is not just the core codex, it is from the Forge World additional rules, whether that's Siege of Rax for the Krieg or one of the campaign books for the Elysians, for example. So there are, and actually I picked up a couple of those books since then on eBay, because I want to complete my Imperial Armor collection, and I think in terms of second ed, which is 6th and 7th edition, I'm one book shy. I've got the Taros campaign, which was Tau and Elysians, I think, to go. So I'm still on the lookout for that one. But I picked up a couple of the other ones. The Doom of Mammon, I can't remember, Doom of something or other, which is the
Doom of
Elder,
yeah.
and it's Elysians and Elder in a snowy battlefield, and then I picked up the Orc one, which I've got no idea what that one's called, so waiting on those to arrive. And again, I was like, the Orc one's all about, orcs, and I've got some grot tanks, makes me a bit more enthusiastic for playing those, or building them maybe, so we've got ideas for whether it's in 5th or 6th edition, whatever it might be, building up a couple of armies, whether that's using our existing ones or new ones. You bought some Grey Knights specifically, didn't you, Dan?
I did, yeah. No, I've bought. So I bought the Combat Patrol box for Grey Knights. So that's 5 Grey Knight Terminators, 5 Grey Knights in power armor, 1 war suit or whatever it's called. The what's it called?
Dread Knight.
Dread Knight. Thank you. And 1 Librarian in Terminator armor. I also picked up on eBay a Castellan Crow metal mini.
Did you not have one of those already?
No, I never had the Castellan Crow. I've never ever collected Grey Knights.
No, sorry. When you said Castellan Crow, I was thinking of the Inquisitor.
No, I've got that guy, but I haven't got so I've got Cotiers, but I haven't got
that was it.
And that army. So basically, that box that I bought on, from Wayland Games or wherever it was, or Element Games for like 80 quid. That's a 1,000-point army in a box, basically. Well, it's not. It's a 875-point army, and then you add Castellan Crow to it, and you've got 1,000 points. And then I keep looking at the Grey Knight Land Raider on GW's website, because that is available, and it is ever so tempting. But I've just got a Land Raider Redeemer in a box over the way, so I'm just thinking, screw it, I'll just get the Redeemer, do that, add that to it, and then I ordered another box of 10 power armored geezers. I think I'm just going to add that to the list. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is having a unit of 10 Grey Knights in the Redeemer with Crow. And then I'm probably going to have a unit of 5 Terminators with the Librarian, Deep Striking. Then I'm going to have the Dread Knight. And then the last piece of the puzzle will probably just be 5 extra Grey Knights in power armor in that jump pack version of themselves, just to give me some mobility. And that'll basically be 1,500 points on the nose.
Sounds super scary.
Well, at the end of the day, Grey Knights definitely had a strong book in 5th edition, but the things that made it really strong were Dreadnoughts and Razorbacks. And I'm not taking any of those, Phil. So but they are still an elite army. They are still going to have some punch to them. I tell you what, mate, putting powered armored Space Marines back on 25mm bases, though, is quite an interesting thing to behold.
I can imagine. Yeah,
it's an interesting visual for sure. It's weird how trained you've become to seeing them on the 32s or whatever they are on these days, the 28s.
True. I mean, I technically don't mind if you wanted them on the bigger ones. Although I guess for blast markers and stuff like that, it makes more accurate sense to. Well, and this is a weird thing I was talking about, how because blast markers sort of determine how many things you hit, and nowadays, especially in things like Horus Heresy, the base sizes have gone up loads. So those blast markers, I guess, have just become more inefficient, because I don't think the coherency's gone down at all in Horus Heresy. And they haven't increased the size of the templates, which I kind of feel like they should have done. Like the idea that the blast markers are a bit bigger than they should have been. It was interesting. I was reading, I don't know if it was the Forge World one, the Colossus Bombard. Yes, the Forge World version, not the one in the 5th Ed Codex, which was on the Chimera chassis, has a unique blast template. I think it's 7 inches. But it can only fire once every other turn.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think they did a 7-inch blast marker.
Well, they did the Apocalypse templates, which I don't know if, but I assume that was a 7-inch one.
Yeah, probably.
I didn't know if it was bigger, because I think maybe that was a 12. That was absolutely massive, though.
Yeah, that was huge. Well, no, because it would be, yeah.
But
anyway,
that was it. That super large template actually had increments on it, so you could work out a smaller sized template within it, actually. So maybe that's what you'd have to do.
But I think, it's my idea with the Grey Knights has very much just been to actually just own an army that is explicitly my 5th edition army for playing 5th edition games with. I've also got an Elder army that I can use in 5th edition as well. So I've got that as well, which is my old Rogue Trader era Elder army. But I've also been mucking around with Elder lists using that Elder collection.
Nice.
So I've got options basically is what I'm saying, and there's a part of me that quite likes the idea of like now just moving into an ideal where it's like I'll have an army for an edition. So in the case of like AOS 3, it's going to be my Iron Jaws, right? So I'm going to finish painting these Iron Jaws up for the upcoming AOS event. And then I'm just going to basically have that as a moment in time. I'm going to obviously use them in the early months of AOS 4. But I think for AOS 4, I'm either going to heavily pivot into doing either the Crawl Boys or the Gloomspite. Yeah, it's going to be one or the other. It's going to really depend on which one's better. Truth, hold my hands up.
Oh, you power gamer, Dan.
I know. But I love both armies, so I figured why not. But yeah, anyway, look, so in summary, we played 5th edition. I thought it was a really fun game. It's inspired me to actually get some stuff done for it specifically. And, myself and Phil are definitely keen to play more games of it. I feel like that is fair to say. So in closing, Phil, what would you say to those out there who maybe doubted my perspective on 5th? Are you a believer now, or you still got your doubts?
Is it the best edition? That I don't know. I honestly feel like I would need to play more games. I would actually hedge my bets on 7th Ed personally, without a lot of the extras that came later. Almost, if you think about the core 7th Ed rule set, plus Forge World stuff, of course, would be, in my head, the most ideal version of the game. But obviously I would like to play more of that to remind myself if it really was the case. Definitely want to play more 5th Ed. It's good. It's fun. Will I enjoy it more than 10th? Probably. I don't know. I want to play more to make sure that it's not rose-tinted glasses. And I only say that because I played 6th and 7th and it's so similar. So I got the 5th Ed core rulebook arrived in the post a couple of days ago.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Bought off of some shop, so I need to have a little read through the rules and relearn that edition of the game. I kind of wish there was a sort of weird reverse primer to say, this is the rules from 6th and 7th, and this is what's changed in 5th. Even if it was going from, here's the differences between 5th and 6th and 6th and 7th, because then I could sort of almost learn backwards, basically.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, the major differences are so it's interesting because 6th edition didn't have a psychic phase either, so I'd have to caveat that. But yeah, they're basically, there was no Overwatch, was kind of like one of the key differences. Basically what 6th did was add a load of randomness, so you had to you had to basically conjure up your abilities by rolling for them. Mm-hmm. So the game had a lot of upfront admin, especially if you took magic armies. Like if you did a 1,000 Sun Zinch army, as me and Richie did often, it was an administrative nightmare at the start of the game.
I remember.
Yeah, it was rough. Like we'd take about half an hour of rolling on tables to tell you what everything does. So that was definitely an interesting aspect to 6th. 7th added the psychic phase and cleaned up some of the really egregious elements of 6th. So basically what Sixth did was add a bunch of extra unit types and a bunch of extra rules to account for the increasing scale of the game. So Sixth was the first edition where they introduced the flyer or aircraft type, but they also added in super heavy. Although interestingly, actually Sixth edition didn't have super heavy in it by default, but it did have things like flying monstrous creatures and all this other stuff. So they added, basically Sixth edition added that extra element of gameplay, which was like the airspace situation. And they added fortifications. I forgot that bit as well. But yeah, then Seventh came along and just tried to clean some of that up. And then Eighth edition was essentially the response to all of that, which was, this has just gotten way too complicated. Let's just take it back to basics and standardize how things operate, because we don't want to have walkers that behave differently from tanks, which perform differently from infantry, which perform differently from cavalry, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, I think on balance, I think if you play 7th edition with just combined arms detachments and you agree to never use the demonology psychic powers, I think 7th edition is less egregious than some other rule sets, and I think that was really well exemplified with the first Horus Heresy, because Horus Heresy was a really good set of rules layered on top of 7th, which made it really good. But so not demonology. What was it? Because there was demonology sanctity, which was the psychic powers used by Grey Knights. There was the demonology kabababa version, which was the one where you could summon demons. That was utterly egregious. Oh, and then also they added a bunch of new charts at the end where they went, oh, geomancy. And it's like, what's geomancy? You can move terrain around and do all this crazy stuff. And it's like, yeah, no, don't, keep that out of it, and you'll find, So with a lot of house rules, 7th edition can be fine.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Anyway, that'll do for all of that. Thank you for listening to us talk about 5th edition again. We promise we will stop talking about it for at least a while until, I've fully convinced Phil of the benefits of it and he becomes an advocate such as myself. I think it's coming, Phil. I can feel it. Yeah, absolutely. It's on the horizon. Anyway, that'll do. Transitional noise. Hey everyone, welcome to the outro. Me and Phil are going to talk about general things. Now, it's fair to say, Phil, this episode is at the risk of not being all that 40k focused, given that we essentially have spoken about RFW, which it was...
That's all 40k?
Then. So that was 40k-ish, so that's fine. Good. I forgot that actually was what we were playing. So, yes, fine. We're still very much on brand 40k, but there is other things we want to talk about. Obviously, next episode, hopefully myself and Phil will have gotten hold of either the Orc or the Custodes or both of those codexes. So we'll be able to talk about all of the fun and frolics going on with both of those. I hear Custodes aren't so good, and I hear Orcs are good. That seems to be the consensus, doesn't it?
Vaguely from the world of the internet. Yeah, I also did a Patreon poll to see which codex they would like us to review first. Because I assume we're going to give each codex its own episode. We're not going to cram them both into one. That would be madness.
We could do. Because what you're forgetting, Phil, is maybe... Because it seems like so long now since we've done a 10th edition codex, although it wasn't that long ago because we did Dark Angels. We're not doing we're not doing them like how we used to do, where we read through them in excruciating detail. We tend to get it done in an hour. So theoretically, we're an hour and a half. Theoretically, we could do both in a single sode.
We could, but there probably won't be any more codexes for a while. So why, splurge it all in one go, Dan? Let's build that tension up. And, personally,
my current pet peeve of Warhammer is that they are doing these dual releases of codexes, because I sort of feel like every codex should have its moment in the sun in the world of the Games Workshop hype machine, and that is Warhammer Community. And I feel like every codex should get its due. Everyone should be talking about the great models that comes out. And instead it's like, here's 2 all at once. We're just getting them out the door. We're already doing previews for the next one after that already. So, forget about those. Just here, have them. And I'm like, it doesn't feel right.
I have to be honest. I feel like that is one of the most alarming bits of the current way that Games Workshop do their editions, because basically what we've now understood from Games Workshop is that every edition of Warhammer 40,000 will see a release of a codex, the book, for every faction that is in circulation. And that, up until 8th edition, was unprecedented. Like, you never had that before. Like, there is not one edition of Warhammer 40,000 that came before 8th that had new book releases for every army, right? Like, the closest they got was within 7th edition, but even that was still functioning off of a lot of 6th edition books with a number of, like, re-releases or campaign supplements to flesh them out. So, like, the Imperial Guard, or Astra Militarum as they're called today, they got, like, a series of additional releases via the Monkar campaign book. The Tau Empire got an update via Kion, which was, or Carion, how you're supposed to say it. They got that in a campaign supplement. The Thousand Suns got their codex via a supplement that was in, like, the Wrath of Magnus. And then, yeah, it was just very common then, back in the day, to essentially every edition had a couple of books, if not a lot of books in it, that were from editions of old, whereas nowadays the churn is for each edition we've basically got 2.5 years to punt out every book. So every 2.5 years we'll give you another version of the rules for your army, or rather every 3 years. But the time span, because 40k 10th edition is approaching its first year complete. Right? Like, we're only about 2 or so months away from it, which means that between 2 months from now, well, rather a year and 8 months from now, everything in 10th edition needs to have been released, which is, when you think about it, pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, because I remember, 6th edition, Guard got their codex, I believe, right at the end. So majority of 6th edition, they used the 5th edition codex.
Oh, you're quite wrong, Phil. You're quite wrong. Oh, no, you are right. Yes, you are. 8th was when they got it early. Yes, sorry.
Yes, yeah.
I stand down.
So, yeah, what they had for 7th was basically the 6th codex. And similar with 9th edition, the Guard Codex came right at the very end, bearing in mind, as you said, their codex in 8th came right at the very beginning, just after Space Marines and Death Guard. So they had a really long wait between them. Now, if 10th edition had come out and basically they hadn't reset everything to indexes, and Guard and World Eaters still got to play with their new codex, which was effectively coded or compatible more so than maybe other codexes with the 10th ed system, I don't think there would have been anywhere near the uproar, or there just wouldn't have been, because those codexes would have still been valid. And actually, by doing these resets, they're sort of, the customers are losing out, basically, because actually they could have still carried that through and had value for money out of that codex and actually got to enjoy it for longer. If for some reason, and I don't know if I'm wrong, it doesn't feel like the AOS Battletome release was as bad between 3rd edition and what will be the 4th edition, because I sort of feel like they stopped doing the Battletomes a while ago, and it's predominantly been the campaign books for the last 6 odd months, or at least for this year. I think I can't remember when
Cities of Sigmar were the last new book, I think, of AOS 3.
Yeah, and I think Dark Oath and maybe some Flesh Eater Court stuff.
Flesh Eater Court, Phil, they came out like a month ago. So
yes.
No.
Well, my question was, I didn't know if they got their own book or if they were just within the... Okay, because I thought they might have come in the campaign, but so, yes.
No. They got their own book.
Basically.
Yeah.
But pretty much everyone else, all the other factions, theirs came out sort of much longer ago. God, that's not even words. They got it a while ago. There was a bit more of a break between the majority of the Battlezone releases and the new edition.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think AOS moves at a slightly slower pace than 40k. I think they've probably got a few less things that they release for it, which kind of help it along. But I don't think AOS is any less comparable for this kind of system. I think it's just way more prevalent in 40k because I think we were just much more in it. I think the weird thing with AOS is because we've come to the party relatively late. When we joined the game in, early 23, late 22, we kind of jumped in. But in early 23, my original aspiration was to do Gloomspite because that was what I'd already been collecting. And then I knew the Gloomspite book was on the horizon in early 23, so I chose not to do them as my first AOS army proper because I was worried that eventually I'm going to make a bunch of decisions or paint up a load of stuff and want to go to an event, and then at any minute they could drop a new book on me, and then I'd be like, well, brilliant, I've got to now figure out how to, how this whole new thing works. So I wanted to go with something that was already established in third, which is why I went with Ironjaws. But anyway, long story short is that, I think the way that it works now is pretty poo. And I think the problem is that the situation with Orcs and Custodians coming out at the same time is pretty underwhelming. But I think the thing that's really terrible about it is, and this has at least been true of every codex up to this point, is that so much of what you're getting in the codexes is just rinse and repeat. If you look at every codex that's dropped so far, Space Marines, Tyranids, Mechanicus, who else have we had so far in the early beginnings? Necrons. They literally are just taking all the old words from their 9th edition books and just putting them in. And sure, they're adding in one or two new bits. But yeah, it just seems it just seems so commodified and so, and I know that's what these things are. I'm not immune to the fact that Games Workshop are a business. It just used to feel like before a lot more work went into this stuff, or a lot more effort was made to try and mask that. And even though, the 5th edition Space Marine book and the 6th edition Space Marine book was kind of telling the same story time and time again, they always put a new spin on it. Someone wrote the story in a slightly new way, whereas nowadays we're just getting the same text verbatim ported across. And yeah, I just think that's the bit of it that I find hard to deal with, is the fact that they're just, they're sort of removing a lot of the pomp and circumstance from these moments and just kind of going, here's a new thing, get on with it. And I think within it's even when they have substantial update releases, like what happened with Tyranids or what happened with Space Marines, they themselves never feel that substantial these days versus, maybe how they felt before. But again, I think that's because we're talking about a time where the release schedule was way more sparse, and they had more of an opportunity to create excitement around those moments. And it's not that I don't think they create excitement around some of these releases, but definitely in Orcs and Custodians' case, I think the opposite is true. I think most people are pretty underwhelmed at the moment with certainly Custodians. Orcs seem pretty moot as well. It just seems like whatever. I mean, by the way, amongst all of that, Tau have actually come out, Phil. The Tau Codex exists, and no one cares, as far as I can tell.
But that's only the limited edition version, right?
Exactly, and that's an interesting thing as well, because that limited edition, that Kroot limited edition, has gone awfully wrong. That limited edition is stacked high in stores across the country. It is a dismal display. Like, I have not seen a 40k product fail more than the Crew, which I think is a real shame, because you and I, Phil, have been advocates for the Crew. And I think it is actually a real shame to see that one of the most interesting model ranges that are in 40k are seemingly the least interesting things to the player base. And it all comes down to their rules, as far as I can tell. Most people are telling me the reason they're not buying that Crew box is because the Crew rules are terrible.
Interesting. I mean, in theory, you could argue, how would they know until they buy the box? But I guess people see leaks or look at reviews online and decide for themselves that way. I mean, come on, Tau players. I know you love your battle mechs, but give those green toad men a go. Just make them happen. I
think it's interesting because a buddy of mine has just finished painting a brand new Tau army. He's got no Crew in it whatsoever. Essentially,
shame on him. But to be fair, most Tau armies don't have any Crew in them, I think.
But obviously, that's what that box was trying to address. But it seems like it's just been a catastrophic failure in terms of like how it's performed. I mean, I do genuinely think Games Workshop massively over-egged the sales potential, because Tau are not, like, say whatever you want about Tau, they're probably a good selling army, but they're definitely nowhere near the top 3, I would argue.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
I assume it might take just a while for Tau players to come round to the idea of Kroot, or, potentially new players or people wanting to do a new army to give Kroot a go. So hopefully we'll see a bit of an uptick in, Kroot being used more in either solo armies or Tau Kroot armies. I mean, that's what I would like to see. But, yeah, maybe it's one of those things where most Tau players are historically just wedded to big mechs because that's all that's really been supported. And as you say, it's a shame that, unfortunately, no matter how good models are, people will still ultimately look at them and be like, oh yeah, but they're all suck, so I'm just not going to buy them. Or, maybe I'll buy them, but they just sit at the bottom of my pile because I want to smash my mate up. And so I'm going to take this big cool thing with a big gun instead. And, I remember someone worked at Forge World years ago when, the Asher Miltam line was a bit more supported, but they were forever complaining that the rules writers never particularly gave them good rules. And then it's like, and they always wondered why, they didn't sell very well. And they're just like, yeah, because you gave them rubbish rules. Like, that's why. And it's not to say that they need to be broken or to be overpowered, but yeah, the balance of giving people choice to look at a unit and say, this is viable, not, oh my God, this is going to be really difficult to win if I include this unit because it just doesn't seem anywhere near as good in comparison to the other choices. And, potentially if you've got a top tier army that will almost not necessarily win, but if it's got a greater percentage of winning because of its, faction rules or its points cost, or its, you can afford to probably take a couple of dud units in there and still do well. Whereas if you're an underperforming army that really struggles, even with like a well-optimized army, you don't have the room to just take some fun and fluffy units. Unless, of course, you're having a super casual game with your mates and they're doing a similar thing, and that's the sort of gentleman's agreement or ladies' agreement that you're having with someone.
Indeed. I think I'm trying to find out how much this Kroot box originally retailed for, because weirdly, it is not available on the Games Workshop website, which is really interesting.
I mean, I assume they would have sold out. It's probably like a one and done thing for them. So
yeah,
you would thought it would still be on there if it was still available, like if they still had stock. But I mean, who knows? I assume it would have been around like 100 odd quid £110, something
Oh,
like that.
here, I think it was £135, and there are people selling it for. Some people are trying to shift it for like £100 at the moment, but most people are holding like the 115 price point. I mean, again, very, very cool looking minis. This is the thing, right? I haven't drastically looked into this situation, but what I understand of it is they're pretty weak in terms of what they bring to the table. But also as well, from what I understand is one of the major issues with this stuff is it's all very cheap in points. So it's one of those weird ones where it's like you get all those crew hunting pack and they're probably like 200 points worth of models. And it's like, great.
Right, yeah. It's not like the Orc Battle Box where you got a big stomper that's like 1,000 points or 800 or something.
Yeah.
Which immediately sold out pretty much everywhere because I guess people perceive that as great value for money.
Yeah.
Or like a range of cool units that they want to take.
Because this is the thing, like, I mean, in terms of this crew box, you're getting 20 crew, 2 characters, 1 big gun and a little unit of laddies. I mean, what a crew these days. I don't know what their updated points would be, but it's kind of a moot point because eventually when the Codex gets officially released, they'll update the points for it. Tau Empire. Oh no, I need to go to Battle Force, don't I? Because this app is weird. Yep, that'll do. Mumama, the classic army name. Are they Battle Line crew? No, of course. Why would you make crew Battle Line? Obviously, maybe they will be in the new Codex.
You can just do a lookup for the unit and then in one of the tabs.
I found it. So at the moment, 10 crew at 55 points. So those 20 crew at 120 points. How much is the crew Shaper? Assuming they even have them in here. Crew Shaper's 40 points. Okay, fine. So simple maths, each one of those squads is 100 points. So 200 points worth of crews with Shapers. Again, noting that these will probably be slightly more expensive. And then in current rules, the Crutox Riders
105 for 3.
Yes, 105 for 3. So yeah, basically you probably not even got 500 points worth of stuff in that box. So
wow, it's probably the curse of GSC, right? The Gene Silicon have amazing models, but it's like a high model count army, and it's very expensive to collect. Also, you know, I don't think the painting aspect is particularly got anything to do with it, but yeah, Gene Silicon look quite difficult to paint. I think Kroot, because they're flesh coloured, probably sort of akin to painting an orc army, but orcs, I don't know, have a brutal slapdash nature to them where you could probably just paint them with your fingers and they look like they're orcs because orcs almost, that's the embodiment of orcs, whereas Kroot look like you should give them a half decent paint job. And I also think the thing that potentially puts off Tau players is they just used to painting suits and probably not many faces, the odd blue face here and there. Whereas it's basically like going from effectively painting vehicles to paint an entire army full of skin. There's so much skin covering them literally everywhere. Like that's quite a daunting prospect if you've not painted any Kroot before, potentially, because it's the different techniques to painting them and stuff like that. So I think there's a few hurdles if you're a Tau player to get on board with the Kroot. But you know, Kroot are awesome, so just
I agree. This is my thing, is like, and that's the thing that's sort of at its core kind of weirds you out about this, is because these miniatures are spectacular. Kroot conceptually are really fun. You know, for me, this was a really cool thing to see. Now, I've not purchased it because I'm not playing Tau, right? And, you know, I'm certainly not about to, you know, massively invest in a big collection of Kroot necessarily. But, yeah, but again, to your point, though, it's really interesting because I don't know, man, like, the Tau Codex is available right now. These Kroot miniatures are available right now. And maybe, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it just feels it's been a very unsuccessful release, and I just feel like whether it's to do with the fatigue of the releases, whether it's to do with just the sentiment towards this release in particular, or just the never-ending kind of news cycle and release cycle of Games Workshop. It just feels like this is one of the most underwhelming releases they've done in a while, which is a crazy shame because I feel like with enough time and the right level of attention, this would have been potentially a lot more popular than it's ended up being. But maybe it's just, considering that this year they've already released, Imperialis,
Legions Imperialis.
Legions Imperialis, thank you. They've done Old World. They've done Dark Angels. They've done with a pretty substantial release for them, and now they've hit you with Recruit. They're bringing in, Flesh Eater Courts for Age of Sigmar. They're also bringing in a new whole edition of Age of Sigmar, which we'll talk about in a bit. So maybe it's just a thing. We're 4 months into the year, and maybe they've just put out. Maybe we're now meeting the point where it's like this is just saturation point. Like this is too much now.
Well, yeah, quite possibly. Yeah. Or, where everyone goes on about, we're living in tighter times and maybe people's money can't stretch as far, especially, and I keep saying it, the ongoing churn of releases from Games Workshop. It's very difficult to keep up, especially if you were to collect multiple armies. Imagine, it's fine if you want to release Custodians and Orcs at the same time, but if you're someone that collects both of those armies, that's an expensive month if you want to buy the books or buy the books plus some models and the cards and the dice. If you want to get all in, those two armies are expensive. Maybe they deliberately did almost like polar opposite armies, hoping that they wouldn't appeal to the same people, potentially. I had one brilliant idea, and I think I talked about it before, but I've figured a way of elaborating on it further. The idea of the Kroot Rebellion. You are, Kroot freedom fighters out for yourself, like I Am Spartacus style. But I love the idea, actually, that you can not just have the Kroot minis, but you could take a lot of the Tau vehicles and put Kroot crewmen inside them, as if they've stolen the vehicles and taken them over. Looted Tau vehicles.
I'm there for that, mate. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. That's in keeping with what were the goblins, or not the goblins, the grots in Gorka Morka called again?
Oh, are you thinking about the humans?
No, not the digger knobs. Not the diggers. It was there were the orcs, there were the diggers, and then there was the grots who were the rebels.
I can't.
They were renegade grots that had sort of created their own, grot faction where they were we've had enough of this. We're going to stand up for grot kind. Anyway, yeah. Look, I mean, this is the thing, man. I agree with you. At the end of the day, the bulk kind of condensed release of 2 books simultaneously, I think it diminishes both releases. I think it contributes nothing to the overall kind of perspective of it. And I think, especially when you factor in the fact that on top of all of that, that also kind of is a Tau Codex in the mix as well. It just feels like basically in the month of April, we will have had 3 codexes come out, technically. Even though what's weird is even though Tau are the first one to drop, they'll come out actually officially later. Which, again, I will say this as well. This edition is so weird for the way that it does that. Because I also think the way that they support these early releases and the way that they work it through on an event scene, weirdly, it is impacting the viability and the success of these boxes. Because speaking as someone who bought the Dark Angel box, it was really weird to have new miniatures with new rules that I couldn't use until an arbitrary moment later. Now, and again, I have also advocated in the past for that level of, arbitration, if you will, because I think it's better for the overall stability of the competitive game and the general game that people, are given more time to learn these armies and to build up their collections before, they're able to run them at tournaments. Definitely in days of old, we definitely had issues where, people with, positions of privilege were able to turn up to events with armies that had only just released that weekend, and definitely surprise people with their fully painted brand new army, and take some players to task. But like, that is ultimately something that I think is good that we're not seeing, but it is also strangely odd, because I actually think the weirdest part of it is because the way they do the points at the moment in this edition. Because like when I had the Dark Angel book, I was looking at the points for it going, well, I know this is stupid and it is not going to be the final points. So
yes, well, people have been talking about the Custodies for that same reason, because the points cost of each model's gone up to make it like a more elite army, but ultimately its usefulness, let's say, has gone down because they've had lots of nerfs. And I guess that has a bit of an issue due to maybe when that book was designed, Custodians were actually doing really well in the tournament scene and they were sort of overperforming. So they're like, oh, we got to tone it down. And then in the interim, they did the updates to the balanced data slate. God, my brain's going to engage the balanced data slate. So therefore, they actually then went down and then they've kind of gone back up again a bit. So and that's all happened since that codex went to print. So there's like a massive delay between when the rules are written and when they come out, and what kind of weird knock-on effect we have with them, and basically what those points will finally be. I do wonder if your issue is less of an issue, right? So you get the box early. Now, have you built and painted your models from that box yet?
I built all of them. I have undercoated all of them. I haven't painted all of them.
So my point is, I think in a way it's good that they release it early, because it gives people time to build and paint those models up. So by the time Codex comes out, in theory, they've got those models ready to play at, let's say, a tournament. I guess it's slightly different if you're just playing casually with your mates, where you've already built them. You could play them with me, but if that codex isn't out yet, we have no idea what points they're actually meant to be using, whether it's the ones in the codex, which aren't ever really accurate, the old points from the latest balance data slates and stuff like that. So it's it's a bit all over the place in that respect. But I think in a way, giving people time to build, get them built and painted prior to the codex is a bit of a good thing.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think ultimately I am definitely more in favour of how it is now than what it was before. But it's that thing where when you're really excited, I mean, my thing is one of my most enjoyable aspects of the hobby has always been list building and creating and trying to solve that puzzle. And it's a weird thing when, it's a weird thing when part of that puzzle is broken. It's like having a puzzle with a missing piece. That's the way I would describe the whole situation. Because even though I know I'm not going to be able to field that army for a few weeks while I build and paint it, I still really enjoy being able to theory craft and build lists and construct ideas. And because they give me, as I say, a broken puzzle, I'm always looking at it, caveating everything, going, well, I'll build an army using the points they've given me, but I know that we're probably going to see a decrease. And also with the way that Games Workshop operate these days, with the level of errata that happens and the way the balanced data slates operate, I'm also like, well, I've also got to wait till the day one FAQs and erratas and all this other stuff to figure out if the stuff that I think is good is actually what it is. Because a lot of the time, you can't believe anything, right? Like, I mean, when Games Workshop shipped 10th edition, right, like the cards they released for multiple armies were all altered before the game had even come out. So, like, literally, when 10th edition launched, we had Elder with updated cards in their indexes on the downloads, but they were selling cards in shops that didn't represent what it's just like, what is going on with this? Like, it's crazy. And to exemplify that, I suppose there's another random one, is they've announced this week that they're going to give us Emperor's Children at last, which is wild, because it's like, well, why didn't you do it in the first place? And then, or rather, why didn't you just put Noise Marines and Lucius in Chaos Space Marines? I know down the road you're going to give us Emperor's Children as a proper army, and that's cool. But, like, how did you miss that? But then also, I'm a bit weirded out by what it means to say to us now, oh, by the way, everyone, go out and build and paint some Emperor's Children armies. Because I'll say it now, if you're thinking, oh, wow, at last, I'm going to do an Emperor's Children army, don't. For God's sakes, don't do it. Like, if you are looking at Emperor's Children right now, thinking, I'm going to build an entire Chaos Space Marine army built around this Emperor's Children index, do not do it. You will be crazy if you do that, because I tell you now, every single thing you put in that army will get discontinued when that final codex comes out.
Well, when you mean discontinued,
not discontinued, just remove them. It happened with the World Eaters, right? The World Eaters, remember the videos where people with their World Eaters going, cheers, GW, can't use Warp Talons, can't use this, can't use that.
Yes, okay, yeah. I thought you were just talking about the fact that there's some old models that will get replaced with new models. Because I'm like, why go out and buy Noise Marines and Lucius? Because those models are horrible. Classic, maybe.
Lucius
but
has a weird old charm. He's one of the.
You can say
he's weak, but
they're old but have a charm to them. 100%, totally get that from the
Noise Marines are just terrible, mate. There's no charm to them.
Well, yeah, I mean, in comparison to the Forge World ones, you know, you've got
or
nothing.
In comparison to the
limited edition one,
special one they did, yeah, like that's spectacular.
I mean, I wasn't a fan of that one personally, just because it was just a dude playing a guitar, and I'm like, is that what they're going to do for like a whole squad? Surely not. But as a sort of fun, almost like alternative reality version of Noise Marine, because it was so like 80s. I was like, yeah, kind of cool. But I don't want that to be like what they actually look like. So it'll be interesting to see what they will when they finally come out, I guess.
Indeed. But yeah, no, seriously, if any of you are reading that article and thinking to yourself, oh, can't wait to build a whole new army of Emperor's Children model, or maybe I'll get some Terminators and paint them Emperor's Children, and maybe I'll get some, I don't know, Obliterators, or some Venom Crawlers, or some Mauler Fiends, or whatever it is that you want, right? Please don't do it, because there is absolutely, it's 100% guarantee that whatever you build and paint for this Emperor's Children army will not be supported when that codex comes out.
Well, yeah, because if you think about World Eaters, and especially, you know, Death Guard, even Thousand Suns to an extent, the majority of those armies have their own units, their own specific vehicles. They don't use many generic Chaos Marine units, because they are like they're the Blood Angels. I mean, actually, that's a bad comparison, because actually things like Blood Angels and Space Wolves do use a lot of the generic vehicles and stuff like that. But they do have some unique units as well. So yeah, I see what you mean. Where, yeah, if you were trying to build one using the Chaos Marine stuff, I think will mostly be locked to Chaos Marines and won't be accessible to Noise Marines. Sorry, not Noise Marines, Emperor's Children. I think there will be some crossover. You know, you might get the odd vehicle and some of the odd units, but
yeah,
there'll be outliers where you'll get stung.
I mean, that's the thing, right? So in Thousand Suns, the only crossover is Land Raiders, Predators, Hellbrutes, I want to say. I think Hellbrutes are in there.
Rhinos, I'd assume.
Yeah, Rhinos, fine. Yeah, so there you go. Rhino, Predators, Hellbrutes. Maybe they've got...
what's the Helldrake as well?
No, Helldrake's not in Thousand...
Oh, isn't it?
No, not as far as I'm aware, anyway. Same thing with Death Guard. The only things that moved over into Death Guard is the Demon Prince as well. So the Demon Prince is in all of these. But like Death Guard, they got the Rhino, they got the Land Raider, and they got the Predator. Right? That was like literally it. And then and they got Cultists as well, potentially. So fine, maybe them also.
Yeah, but Cultists normally, each one has like a faction-specific Cultist, don't they?
Yeah, but they've also done like generic Cultists. So you've got your Poxwalkers, and then you got your Cultists, then you got your... But I think even then, in the case of World Eaters, World Eaters was just land raiders, rhinos. They got the Terminators and they got the Master of Execution, which I still think the Master of Execution, there's a high likelihood the Master of Execution gets taken out of the updated World Eaters and then gets replaced with, a new type of Khorne Lord thing. But we'll see. But yeah, I genuinely, to me, sincerely, when I look at Games Workshop putting out an article like that, with the way that they've been conducting themselves lately, I just look at it cynically and just go, well, this is them trying to fool you into buying a load of stuff that they're just going to take off you again in a year.
I can, thinking positively for a second.
Yeah, please do.
Imagine they've got the foresight to go, well, okay, we're doing a Chaos Codex soon, but we know down the line we're definitely doing Emperor's Children. And we don't want the weird duplication of having Lucius and Noise Marines in the Chaos Codex when ultimately they're moving to its own codex. So I can see personally, I don't think that's too much of a problem. And then you just errata it to remove it from that book, because it's not like these books are sacred texts that aren't ever changing. But I can see whether, if let's say you want them to be as perfect as possible, so by the end of the edition, they're as accurate as possible across all of them. So therefore, take them out of the Chaos Codex, because we will put them into the Emperor's Children Codex. But obviously, we don't want people having a massive mental breakdown that we've removed their models and they're not being supported in the interim. So we obviously have to announce it. And obviously we'll support it with an index in the meantime. They've occasionally done that with, I want to say it was either Death Watch or Dark Angels, where they just randomly gave them an index before their codex came out at the start.
World Eaters had an index via White Dwarf, remember?
Yes, no, I was thinking was it the start of 9th edition where they were like, oh yeah, here's the Codex Space Marines.
Yes, yeah. That was every successor chapter.
That was all of them. Okay, yeah. So they did that as like a holdover, and I guess you could say it's a similar thing here, but obviously all the others have been split out already, so it's not much of a problem.
Yeah, World Eaters in 9th edition got their own index because when they released Codex Chaos Space Marines, World Eaters weren't in it because World Eaters were going to get released later in the edition. So they were like, to tide you over, here's an index to take you through to when the World Eaters finally do release. And yet again, though, when World Eaters finally did release, a bunch of people had World Eaters armies and were told, yeah, cool, you can't use half of it.
No, that's true. Yeah, which is a bit of a shame.
Well, look, it's just Games Workshop's thing at the minute. Like, I gotta be honest, like, definitely at the moment, my enthusiasm for 4th edition AOS has been somewhat marred by what they did with the removal of a lot of the Stormcast stuff. Because, like, this week, they announced or showed off a new squad of Stormcast. I'm not that into them. People seem to think they look really cool. They're all right. They're like Ming the Merciless Stormcasts. Like, it's all right. I mean, what's your vibe on these Stormcasts with their Ming the Merciless gear?
I was more interested in their little surf-like minions because I was almost a bit like, if they do this for the entire army, that'd be amazing. I suspect it's just this one unit, right? But I've always loved the idea of Codex Surf, the idea that you have your Space Marines, and alongside your Space Marines are all the John Blanche-esque attendants and thralls hanging out with them to add character to that army to match the artwork. And this is the closest that we've now seen to that being realised, but in the form of Stormcast. And weirdly, the sort of the background behind them is very Thunder Warrior-esque. The idea that they're having, they're on the brink of madness and they're just trying to retain the last vestiges of their humanity because obviously they go through the reforge process and lose a bit of themselves each time, which is a bit like the concept of Thunder Warriors where they slowly go mad over time. The Dreams of Unity, as it's called. So yeah, I like that aspect of it. Yeah,
the Stormcast minis themselves, I mean, they seem okay. I always look at them through the lens of, can I convert these into Thunder Warriors? And I was looking at them going, I don't think I can. Maybe. Some of the poses I thought were a bit odd, where there's a guy holding an axe and a shield, and their arms are sort of really rigidly at like an L shape, like locked in, and both arms are in effectively the same pose. And I was like, that just looks a bit odd personally. Yeah, I mean, they seemed okay.
Yeah, look, first of all, giving them the little serfs, the little gimps to hang out with them, that to me is 40k through and through. I didn't realise Stormcast Eternals had human companions.
Well, they never have until now.
Yeah, so like I understand with the implementation of Cities of Sigmar, it's more feasible. That now they would fight more in unison with cities. So the idea of these kind of human thralls kind of joining them and working alongside them, I'm okay with that. I mean, again, the only thing that's weird about it though is are these humans being lightning bolted in with them, or are they?
Yeah,
do they just happen to be there?
Are they having to go there on horseback weeks in advance to be at the right time and place when the lightning bolts? Yeah, because I like the idea that it's just for Stormcast that could go down via lightning bolts. Yeah. So who knows how that happens? Yeah, I mean, in terms of Ming the Merciless, it's just for sort of the sort of their
everything.
Collars, right? Well, to me, it's the collars behind them. What's interesting, and I'm not saying they've copied me because obviously they haven't, but I've obviously used Stormcast Eternals and added like a chainmail undergarments to them, like underbody. So the seals where you would normally have your Space Marine suit under your Space Marine armor, your black carapace. I've added in chainmail there, and they've sort of done that here. So they've on the shoulder pads and sort of the waist, they've added chainmail. So I mean, in a way, that's quite cool. Weirdly, though, the shoulder pads look almost like Space Marine pauldrons, where there's that chainmail, but it's got that kind of Space Marine pauldron silhouette, but it's just been hidden under a cloak. So it'll be interesting to see. Which just seems like an odd sort of design choice, I guess, because I don't think that's how chainmail would work. But
I think more and more with Stormcast, they're always trying to kind of give you the visual cues and the little nods and the winks towards. They're just like Space Marines, isn't it? They're just trying to kind of keep that dream alive. And at the end of the day, I can't begrudge them for it. I mean, Space Marines sail. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like this unit to me, first of all, the name is terrible. The Reclusians is like one of the stupidest titles you can give a squad.
I mean, most of them have sort of weird names, right?
No, it's true. But Reclusians, for God's sakes, it's a terrible name. And this is the thing, this unit, other than the geezers hanging out with them, there's nothing like about this unit that didn't like. It's just weird that like they've killed off a load of stuff and they've given us this whole new unit for them, and it's like, okay, cool, but like, couldn't you not have just done one of the units that you killed off and just said, this is them, but add that element to them where they're from the first founding and they're a bit they're going a bit weird now. Like I just think this is the thing. Like against the backdrop of them getting rid of loads of Stormcast, them showing you the new Stormcast is like cool, but it looks very similar to stuff that we sort of had before. Admittedly, it's quite dramatically different, I suppose, in terms of the aesthetic, but it is still just a person in armor wielding an axe and a shield. So it's like, all right, fine. The surf stuff, fine, whatever. The story apparently, Phil, I was just reading on it, is apparently these are their kids. Do you know this?
Oh, yes, I do vaguely remember. So when they were humans,
yes,
they obviously had children. I mean, that's a bit of a weird one to do, but because I guess the idea is that they get to weirdly watch them grow up and die while they're immortal warriors now, which doesn't
seem like a great way of maintaining your sanity, does it?
Well, I think the idea is it's meant to keep them sane because it's something to
anchors them.
Basically, yeah. This is how this is dementia, basically, in Stormcast. You've got to give them things that they will remember from their past to keep them sane, which is, current, I guess, in the modern world context. A bit dark, definitely. But I guess that's sort of what it's meant to be about. I'm almost more perplexed by the fact that they're carrying two-handed axes, but also carry shields. And is like, are they just swinging them one-handed? But they're clearly designed with two hands involved. But they're obviously superhumans, not Space Marines. So maybe that's less of an issue.
Maybe.
Yeah. And as you said, they look, well, I guess lore-wise, they are those old models that have been discontinued, potentially, but they're just in different armor. So they're not, it's not like you've got a like-for-like squad with some fancier bits added on. But there's definitely, I think the reason why I personally don't like these is they've got too much fancy bits on them. These are the Stern Guard of the Stormcast Eternals, and I like my, my Golden Warriors, or Silver as they now are, a bit more streamlined. I think they're quite good models. I think they're just not for me for what I personally will be using them for, and that's not a Stormcast. So I am the worst person to give judgment on whether I personally like these. If that makes sense. I'm biased in a very specific direction. Do they arguably look good? Yes, I would lean towards.
I would lean towards yes as well. I think they look fine, but I'm just saying that, it's difficult to get. I mean, Stormcast to me are just innately boring anyway. So it's just, this is fine. It is what it is. Well done, them. I'm sure and look, they'll almost certainly come in the box set, won't they? This whole squad will be supplied to people that pick up the new edition in its box set form, and that's all good. I mean, they also showed off some of the rat stuff as well, and again, at the moment they're very.
Oh, it was just like one clan rat, though, wasn't?
They showed a few clan rats, but again, I mean, that in itself was like, it's sort of an interesting thing. But again, it's the slow burn, isn't it? I mean, AOS 4 is just going to keep ticking along as the week rolls on, but as the weeks roll on. But yeah, I mean, the Skaven stuff looks all right. I mean, they look very ratty. I'll give them that.
They're very small,
yes,
but in a way that
also makes sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad they haven't increased the size of them, and they do look really detailed. Like they look cool. And the fact that they're good.
They are good for sure. I think they are quite intimidatingly detailed for the size they are and the amount of them you're probably going to need. But that's Games Workshop through and through now. It's like, I think the days of getting simple miniatures that are challenging but ultimately easier to paint are kind of behind us at this point. I think I definitely think the expectations on miniature painting now is becoming extraordinarily high. But the good news is, I suppose, is that they've given us so many new paint technologies that there are ways that you can tackle those challenges and achieve better results with air quotation marks, less effort, I guess. But I don't know. It's we didn't really talk about it when we were talking about Salute, but it's actually one of the things that I find quite compelling about Star Wars Legion. Looking at it is just how easy the miniatures seem like you can paint them. Like I was looking at like the droids, and I was thinking to myself, well, when I get those, it's going to just be like a spray undercoat of a color, a wash, and a dry brush, and it's going to basically be job done, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, you can always add some detail on, or some squad markings or what have you. But yeah, things like in Star Wars Legion, most of the squads are just lots of armor. I think heroes have bare heads, and maybe rebels. If you went for rebel heavy, there'd be lots of stuff. Obviously, most things like Empire, clones,
droids are all pretty much one color with washes and highlights and stuff. Yeah, things like Ewoks or the faction that is the sort of the scum and villainy faction. That's I can't remember. Basically, all the underworld like gang lords and stuff. I think they'd be a lot more complicated because they've got a lot more detail and stuff like that. The models, because I've got one that I've already built from ages ago, which was Moff Gideon from Mandalorian. They're very fine minis. They're much more like true scale, I would say. Like really, they're a bit thin and fragile. And the dark saber that I added to it, because I think he had a variant where he. Maybe it was like him and a pistol, and I was like, oh, could I magnetize this? And I was like, oh dear God, it's so tiny, it would be very impossible. And the blade on the Darksaber is so much finer than like a power sword. It is like super fragile and could snap off very easily. So that is very delicate, but I'm just trying to think. More so delicate than even the flimsy bits on my Nighthawk, which constantly snap off. So you'd have to be careful with those elements to it, but I think they're like a slightly smaller scale, I would say, than some of the. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I mean, he's a bit bigger than a Votan mini. Admittedly, he's on a rock, but he's probably about the same size as a cultist, but smaller in like bulk. To give a sort of size comparison, but I really like their miniatures. The presentation of the box is phenomenal. Like every box is like artwork, a bit like old style Games Workshop. It's not just a product photo of the miniatures that does exist on the back. Every sprue comes in a little baggie. And you get the cards and tokens that you need to play that unit in the box as well. There's like little build instructions inside. I think maybe not for some of the older ones, but there's also online build instructions, which, you know, if anyone knows anything about Games Workshop, they don't support that themselves. You have to go to the Reddit 40k instruction thread if you want to try and find someone posting build instructions for your 40k or AOS minis.
I'm also going to just one last little rant because we need to kind of end this now because this is, you know, the rule is usually an hour for an outro, but we'll go slightly extended, Wendy, because it's interesting you mentioned instruction manuals. Why is it the Games Workshop always muck them up? Why are there always mistakes in them? Because you're following along and then it'll go, oh, you need part 18. And you get to part 18 and you think you're looking for a left arm and now you've got a right foot. You're like, well, hang on. Where's that gone? Like, you know, I mean, the way they organize their sprues, typically they're, you know, bundled into spaces where those bits that go together are kind of associated in the same spot. But I think, you know, for them to try and like maximize sprues, but also I think genuinely they do it as a way of trying to kind of make it difficult for people who want to maybe like sell bits or break stuff down and sell, you know, miniatures broken down into components or whatever. Like they put stuff on other sprues, and then it's always in those instances where you're like, where is this thing? And you're looking around. It's just like, yeah, because I was building the new Orc unit, the ones with the skull masks and the
Oryx.
Yeah, the Oryx ones for AOS, the Iron Jaws. And I got to a point with it where I was like, well, that's just wrong. Like, why are they always wrong? Like,
was it actually like incorrectly numbered or something?
Yeah. But mate, honestly, every GW kit I've built of late has at least one error in it. At least one, maybe.
I mean,
in terms of numbers and things.
The last one I did was the Warhounds from Legion Imperialis that had a piece that it forgot to tell you to add on, which was like the top hatch. And I posted about it on Instagram, and a few people were like, oh, thanks for letting me know, because they were getting to that point in theirs. I know from the Solar Auxilia kit, they do, I believe, bundle the infantry sort of together on the sprue, so they're relatively easy to find, but there are quite a few mistakes in terms of the numbering of parts, because I've seen people talk about that online. So it does happen. I mean, potentially it happens for other companies, but we don't buy those miniatures enough to notice those errors. And if you think about the sheer number of kits that Games Workshop, let's use the words, pump out on a very regular basis, they're just much more likely to happen because just by sheer volume. It might be the same percentage of, kits released by other companies, but the sheer volume of kits that they produce is so much higher. Therefore, there appears to be more errors when, percentage wise might not actually be the case. I assume it's just down to quality control, right? And it's quite difficult to test out a thing that can only physically happen once it's too late, I guess, in terms of the sprue design is going off to be, drilled out into steel with a diamond tip, because that's how they do the plates for the casting process. And as they do that, someone is using a CAD design to work out the instructions of how those things go together. I mean, I assume they do some because obviously they do resin, copies of some form, I assume 3D prints, and then resin copies for the heavy metal team to paint up. But I don't know if they're getting them sort of fully formed or if they're getting them in parts and building them as if they were plastic, which I think was the case at one point based on, ex-employees talking about that process back in the day, but that might not necessarily be how it's done now.
Yeah. Who knows, man? But yeah, I mean, again, in addition to, I built a lot of Lego lately as well, and it never seems like they ever get it wrong. It's just saying, admittedly, Lego is like the gold standard, right? Like those guys.
Yes, it was interesting. I watched a TikTok recently where a guy talked about how it was wrong, his kit, but he was like, and this is really unheard of because Lego are renowned for always being 100% on it. But it turned out what he'd done is he'd bought a box from a store that someone had basically bought, emptied out, filled it up with a bunch of random Lego bits, then obviously owned a sealing machine so they kind of could rewrap it and then returned it to the store. That they then just stuck back on the shelf, not realizing that someone had actually opened it up and completely changed all the components. But yeah, in that example, he was saying that Lego are really great at,
they're
not having the problems. And here's the thing though, Games Workshop could have a repository of online build instructions, and they could also, when they spot errors in the printed ones, go off and fix them and update them, so you can check the online one for errors. And it could be like, oh cool, I'm missing this part, go online, see my instruction, go, oh yeah, this has been updated, okay, and now I can get back into the right space.
Yeah, but they don't, do they? Those naughty people. Right. That'll do, mate. That's episode 178 in the can. So thanks very much, everyone, for listening. You've been lovely. Phil, any final words from yourself?
I've been lovely.
Haven't you just? Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.